not hearing you. Your mic is muted.
Yes, yes, Dr. Kim, I'm recording now.
Okay, lovely. Good morning, everyone. Oh, let me open my video. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kimberly Stevenson. I am also a researcher in the Climate Studies Group and a lecturer in the Department of Life Sciences. And I am the other co-manager of this project. I hope today's workshop will go well.
Good. Anybody else? Everybody else, please just unmute your mic for a bit and just let us know who you are. We just want to know who's online with us, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Leonie Barnaby from the National Steering Committee of the Global Environment Facility Small Grants Program. Sitting in here today for Hyacinth Douglas, who is the National Coordinator of the SGP in Jamaica.
Okay, welcome, Ms. B. Welcome, nice to have you.
Good morning. I'm Conrad Harris, and I am the Executive Director of the Jamaica Society for the Blind.
Okay, welcome, welcome.
All right, good morning. I'm Kamika Brathwaite, and I'm the Information and Training Officer of the Jamaica Society for the Blind.
Okay, welcome, welcome.
Good morning, I'm Sharmali Cardoza. I wear many hats. I am from the Office for Special Student Services on the UWI campus, and I'm also representing the Combined Disabilities Association, and I could also say the Jamaica Society for the Blind.
Okay, welcome, thank you. Anybody else?
I'm Tanisha Stevenson in the Department of Physics and a member of the Climate Studies Group, MONA. Morning, colleagues.
Department, welcome, welcome, thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
Good morning, everyone. I am Delando Grant.
Morning.
I am Delando Grant, a member of the Climate Studies Group and an MPhil student.
Welcome, welcome, Delano. Anybody else? Or is that it? All right, I'm not hearing anyone else. Well, colleagues, again, I want to welcome everybody. It really is an honor. We do have some inclement weather, or farmers will say that's good weather. But we do have some conditions outside, but nonetheless, we're going to have a good time here. Just to say that all the proceedings today are being recorded and will be availed later, thanks to the Faculty of Science and Technology. It will be available via web link. And so we want to just welcome you, just to give you a sense of what we have planned for the time that we have together. I'm going to share my screen now just to show you what the agenda actually looks like. So you'll have a sense of what's on the table for today. Can you all see my screen? Can anybody see my screen?
Yes, Dan.
Yes, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to have some remarks by the Jeff Small Grants Program. Ms. Barnaby, the chair of the steering committee, will address us on behalf of Hyacinth Douglas. Then I'll give a brief introduction and a bit about the project that is actually facilitating this training. I'll speak just briefly about some climate safe resource material that's available, and we'll try to ensure that we give a clear enough indication of what we have planned, not just information per se, but information for the disabled community as well. Then we'll have module 1, which is going to talk about some climate change basics. It's a very stimulating presentation by our head of department, Dr. Tanisha Stevenson. We'll have an exercise by Dr. Kimberly Stevenson after that, just to tease our brains and to give us an interactive way to have some discussion on some of the issues that you'd have learned before. We'll have a short break, and this is a time we could have additional interactions. And then we'll have module 2, which will look at both the historical and the future context of local conditions here where climate is concerned, and Professor Michael Taylor will join us for that. Then we'll have another exercise after that, which really is going to be looking at what are some of the things that we can do specific to the disabled community moving forward. This is where we hear from you, learn from you, and you can tell us what a long-term intervention would be and what it would look like. We'll have just a bit of information about a knowledge product that is under development by the Climate Studies Group, funded by the Jeff Small Grants Program. It's an initiative that we think is well worth discussing, and hopefully we can get your inputs on what we have. And then we'll have a review by myself at the end, and then we'll be out of here. So it's not a long workshop, but we think it's a very useful one. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to ask Ms. Barnaby. Ms. Barnaby, if you would, just speak to us, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rankin. And good morning and welcome to everybody. I join you in detailing your comments just now that this is going to be an exciting and I think really very valuable workshop. As I mentioned before, the national coordinator of the GES Small Grants Program, Hyacinth Douglas, unfortunately couldn't be here today, but I know she has great interest in this area because one of our areas of focus in the GFSGP is in fact dealing with community groups, and especially the vulnerable among the community groups. I found it interesting that when this project was conceptualized, there was a notion that the training would take place at the university, and we wouldn't have known that we would have been meeting virtually at this stage. And it comes with its pluses and its minuses. It may have limitations in terms of who can participate, but also the material will be available for many people, and that's a great plus for me. I'd just like to say a little bit about the GFSGP for those who are not so aware, and about some of the things that we have been doing. We have been operational since 2005 in Jamaica, and we have issued grants amounting to over $4.4 million US dollars for projects across Jamaica, and also we have raised about $6.6 million US in co-financing in cash and kind. And the aims of the program are to address environmental sustainability, poverty alleviation, and community empowerment and resilience, and social inclusion of vulnerable groups, including young people, women, and the disabled, is a requirement under the program and a focus of the United Nations Development Program. So we normally, and the university is very familiar with this because they helped up with developing our country program strategy in the past. That strategy guides us in terms of 4-year periods. And when we did the last one, the current one, we ensured that we included the Combined Disabilities Association in the consultation. And we have in the past and are working with communities with members of the disabilities group, combined vulnerable disabilities group. So it's not something that is strange to us. In fact, it is something that is very important for us. And recently, in fact, we concluded a project with the Environmental Health Foundation, under which a Braille manual was developed for persons with disability, particularly the blind and the visually impaired, will also be getting a large print version of the manual on dealing with climate change adaptation, being prepared for disasters. So we really welcome this initiative. We wish it every success. One of the important things is knowledge, and with the knowledge that you gain, you can also share that with others. And the main aim is to ensure that nobody is left behind. And so I believe that this exercise will be interesting for you. I hope that you will pay full attention to what is being done. I know as well that the University Climate Studies Group is well versed in making the transfer of knowledge very exciting, very much something that will leave a long impression on your memories. So I believe that this can only be an excellent morning of activities today. So I just want to wish you all well, to say that from the GFSGP for this project, we are hoping that it will continue in the line of successes that we've had with the University of the West Indies and with other projects generally, and that at the end of the day, you will leave with having felt it was well worth your time. So without any further ado, I will just end with those good wishes and turn you back to Dr. Rankin for more information on the project itself. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Barnaby. I really appreciate the comments and the kind words, and certainly we also want to just add our words, say that certainly the GEF SGP has been a really wonderful initiative here for Jamaica. It has helped a number of organizations, and I think the focus on the disabled community is one that is to be lauded in a significant way. Colleagues, I'd like to just share with you now, just for a few minutes, two things. One, just a little bit about the program that we are. Our mindset is that we really need a means by which we can minister to the needs of our disabled community, noting quite well that in a significant way they are very, very vulnerable, a vulnerable subgroup, because of the fact that there are some peculiar activities related to their ability to respond to climate threats, and also to be able to make the necessary, to take the necessary actions that would enable them to act in a climate disaster or in any severe weather event. One of the challenges that we find, for example, is that more often than not, information is available, but the information is not available in a manner that will allow them to act. And so one of the things that we are trying to do is to provide information that is tailored to the needs of the community, that responds, and also that facilitates feedback between the providers of the information and the users of the information. So this project actually targets the NGOs and CBOs, non-governmental organization and community-based organization, and persons with disabilities. One of the things that we have actually noted is that climate is, and climate change is the reality of small island developing states. We have some significant challenges that we face every day. And in our case, we don't have the luxury of everything on which our sustainability depends. And more importantly as well, we have a problem in that our disabled community are themselves significantly impacted and disadvantaged because of the fact that we don't have a number of information formatted for them and in a manner that they can act. Okay, now seeing the presentation. Okay, let me just
We're seeing the list of documents, not the presentation, Dale.
Oh, okay. My apologies for that. Are you seeing it now, Doc?
Yes, we are, Dale.
Okay. Thank you for that heads up. Right. So, my apologies. So what we're saying is that the information that we have, you know, it's not formatted in a way that it can actually help. And so what we have is we find that local groups are very empowered to act when the information can be provided to them in a manner that allows them to make, you know, on-time decisions. So one of the challenges that we've recognized is that there's limited training opportunities that is provided. There's inadequate interaction between both the natural and social scientists and the community. And so typically we provide information, but very often the information does not allow for interaction to determine whether what we are providing is meeting the needs of the community. And in some cases, the level of exposure of the hazards and the risks are not clearly understood. So not until, and unfortunately, sometimes it's not until we have an event that people recognize how vulnerable they were. And so part of that challenge creates for us an opportunity, we think. And so our target group, we're looking at not just groups in the Kingston metropolitan area, but also trying to address some of these same groups outside of Kingston. Of course, that is proving a challenge now because of the limitations in terms of us traveling to the locations. But thanks to technology, we'll be able to reach out to these people in a significant way and provide for them the information that we're presenting here as well. We're looking at disabled community. We have a specific focus and interest on those that do have visual impairments, and of course, those who also have challenges with hearing as well. And we are trying our best to partner with those agencies, the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf, and a number of the Salvation Army, School for the Blind, the Combined Disability Association, a major partner on this project. We are also looking at the UE Center as well, and a number of other key stakeholders. So we have long recognized that persons with disabilities, as I said, have a number of unique challenges, and these must be addressed. So we do have the Office of the Special Student Services that you would have heard of earlier, was established in 2003, specifically for members of the disabled community. And you know, because of this initiative, certainly we do have a number of students with special needs at the university whose needs are being met because of this, this center that was actually opened. So this project is an extension of that work, and it seeks to develop specially formatted climate information. That's going to be looking at information that we already have. We have a number of climate reports, and I'll show you a few of them just now, that is available and can be actually used. We also want to host workshops, and one of the things that we want to come out of one of these workshops as well is information that will actually have signing as well. So the information is not just presented audiovisually, but there's also signing for those persons who won't be able to understand, you know, just by narration itself. All right. And of course, we want to facilitate some kind of feedback between the trainers and the participants. And this, we think, will increase the access to information. There is quite a bit of data that's available. We would love a feedback from you, whether the formats in which they're available is sufficient or you need additional ways in which you can access the data. We have a number of activities that we have targeted and a number of indicators that we'd like to use as our measures of success, or KPIs as we call them, key performance indicators. We're looking at increased awareness of both climate change and its impacts, and provide appropriate knowledge products that can actually be used. And these include audiovisual policy briefs, training manuals and formatted information. We are actually working on documents to be done both in Braille and also to have information that will be narrated, and also will have the signing associated with it as well. And these are actually in training as we speak. The idea behind it is that we'll also have opportunities for some kind of quizzes, information, and some kind of interaction, so people can actually give us a sense of how they think the information is being used. These are just some pictures that we had from the Randall Loveless School of Hope, which is another institution that actually caters to persons with disabilities, and also the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf. So I'll share that, and I'll just pause there just before I go to the next half of the presentation, which is just showing the sources of information, just in case anybody has any comment or question that they'd like to ask. Anyone?
This is just how many people we're expecting for today, may I ask?
Okay, so we were expecting, I think somewhere about 40 to 50 persons. I know some of them indicated that they would be hopping in and out because of other meetings that they had, but we're still hopeful that they will join us at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. Anybody else? All right, sorry about that. All right, so I'd like to go to the next presentation, if I may, which is really just aimed at talking about the different sources of information that's available now. We understand though that all of that is not going to provide the context of what we really need, because the truth be told is that information that's available now, some of it is not available in the format that would make it immediately usable. And so we are trying to identify what we have now, but also that we recognize that there has to be additional sources of information that will be tailored to the needs of the community. But I just want to make it clear that we understand that there are specific needs that must be met. There's been a lot of work that has been done, and I'm not trying to bring up the presentation as we speak. There's a lot of work that has been done, looking at providing updated information. I'm happy to say, having worked around the Caribbean, that Jamaica is one of the countries that has quite a bit of information available. Of course, with that said, the truth be told is that the information is only going to be useful if the community for whom it is intended can make use of it. And so what we have, I'm going to share information that we have both at the local level, the regional level, and international levels. At the local level, we have two critical reports that are currently available: the State of the Jamaican Climate 2012 and 2015, and these provide a comprehensive but concise overview of what is known of Jamaica's climate. And this was based on literature and complemented by data analysis. So that's the 2012 version and the 2015 version. There is a 2019 version that is currently on the way as well. Apart from that, we also do have the third national communication of Jamaica to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And this TNC, as we call it, outlines both the inventory of greenhouse gases for the period 2006 to 2012, but it also has information that looks at the assessment for different socioeconomic sectors and how vulnerable they are to climate change and what can be done for climate change adaptation. The sectors that were, the priority sectors that were looked at included the coastal resources, tourism, agriculture, human health, and water. If you actually do that, you can actually get this information. It's freely available. You can look at this website, the UNFCCC or UNFCCC website, but also it's available, I think, from the ministry as well as the Climate Change Division. The information can actually be had there. It's quite useful, and there's quite a bit of information that's available as well. The site as well can also be used to get information for other countries as well, both developed and developing countries. So that's it from but there are several other climate change documents that are also available as well. And many of them you can also have from the Planning Institute of Jamaica. I hasten to add that the two reports I mentioned previously are available on their website as well. From a regional perspective, there is the special 1.5 report that was done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And many of you would have heard the slogan 1.5 to stay alive. And it really was a position that was strongly advocated for by the Caribbean region, which is saying that we should not allow temperatures to increase beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, knowing already that in the last 100 years, we have already gone a degree above that threshold. So we're saying by the end of the century, we shouldn't have more than a 0.5 increase. This report is quite comprehensive. It has 5 chapters, 91 authors from 40 different countries, and a significant number of contributing authors. And our own Professor Michael Taylor is one of the lead authors of this report. And it actually highlights some of the major challenges that we face with respect to climate change. And one of the conclusions of the report is that human-induced global warming has already caused multiple observed changes in the climate system. And this is asserted with high confidence, meaning we're quite certain that this is actually happening. I want to say that when you look at it with a Caribbean lens, 3 critical messages will emerge. The message of the unprecedented, and we recognize that we do have some very significant challenges that we face right now in the Caribbean. There's an urgency for action that is also included. And of course, the whole aspect of the unfamiliar. Our life is predicated on a familiarity with respect to climate, but you see the changes that we're actually having. Much of it is unfamiliar to us, and so it creates a challenge for us in a significant way. From an international perspective, there are a number of reports. I mentioned the IPCC stands for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and they produce a number of assessment reports on a cycle. And this report, the 5th assessment report, was actually published in 2008, and there are quite a few. There's quite a bit of information that's available. Well, it was actually taken at the 28th session, but of course it was published in 2013, and there are a number of additional reports in 2014 that shows both what is happening in respect of efforts to mitigate or reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases, what can be done to deal with the adverse impacts or to take advantage of any benefits, which we call climate change adaptation, and the climate science, the physical science basis, which is something that is actually published as well. But to make it easier for us to absorb the information, there's a synthesis report, which actually puts together the main findings of the report, and that's actually available. So these are all available online and actually can be gleaned with some ease. I will say, of course, for the disabled community, additional information will be needed, because what we find is that most of the information is available in print and electronic. What we are trying to do from a Jamaican perspective is to provide information that you will be able to access directly. And so we are providing information for our local conditions from the State of the Jamaican Climate Report. And as I said before, that will be available in Braille and also narrated. So that is something that you can look forward to. So that's it from me in terms of what we actually have. And I pause here for any questions, comments that you might have. Thank you. All right, not hearing anyone. All right. If I may, I could now move to the next presentation, which is Climate Based by Dr. Tanisha Stevenson. Dr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Sir Dale. So Dale, before we move on, Ms. Barnaby had a hand that went down. Perhaps you'd like to make an intervention, and perhaps you'd like those who joined after the introductions just introduce themselves, and then we'll transition.
Okay, sure. Thank you for that. Ms. Barnaby, did you have?
Thanks, Dr. Stevenson. I was thinking twice about this, but basically I just wanted to ask about provision of some context in terms of government policies, regarding climate change, when you are providing this science-based information. So that was just a comment that I wondered about. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that intervention. Well, it's something interesting. I think that we do have. Well, first of all, I believe that maybe there has to be, and I hope I'm reading your question correctly. I think there has to be a more concerted effort to ensure that in each of our policies that we're formulating, especially for interactions and interventions for climate change, it should have special consideration for the disabled community, because we have a number of policies on the books, but I am not sure that we have probably articulated in the way that it should be the interventions that will address the specific needs of the disabled community. And certainly that is something that we think should be addressed quite urgently.
Okay, thanks for that. I also meant to, though, that in providing your science-based information, that perhaps you could also have some reference to those policies that are out there that might be relevant.
Oh, okay, sure.
But also what you said, I think, is really important too. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ms. Barnaby. Thanks for that. Okay, colleagues, can I ask those that joined us after we had the initial introduction just to introduce themselves? If you could do so, we'd really appreciate that.
Okay, good morning. My name is Andrew East. I'm current president for Cornwall Combined Disability Association in the West.
Oh, welcome. Nice to have you, sir.
And thank you very much for having me.
Anyone else joined us? I think I saw Prof. Taylor, Prof.
Apologies, yes. Sorry, Michael Taylor here. Very nice to be on. I am Michael Taylor. I am from the Faculty of Science and Technology at University of the West Indies.
Prof, your mic went down. You're muted, Prof.
Sorry, you didn't hear me at all?
Just your name.
Oh, okay. Michael Taylor, University of the West Indies. I'm associated with the Climate Studies group. Nice to be here.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Prof. Okay. All right, now I want to thank Prof for joining us. I know he's very busy. Thanks, Prof. I appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Stevenson, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dale. Again, good morning, colleagues all. I'm going to take us through climate basics, just starting my camera, just so I could tell you good morning, and I'm going to lock off my camera and proceed with the presentation. So we want to talk about the what, why, and how of climate basics. Are you hearing me, ladies and gentlemen? Are you seeing the screen?
We're hearing you, Doc,
Yes,
and we are seeing the screen.
Beautiful. So the what, why, and how of climate change. So we want to start with what do we mean by climate change? We hear it so often. The first thing we want to do as a context is to separate climate change from, first thing, weather, all right? Weather is what we see happening on the outside right now. Weather is just the state of our climate system, usually our atmosphere, at a specific time, at a specific place. So for Kingston, for example, on Wednesday, we were mostly sunny. We had a temperature of 27 degrees Celsius. We had a humidity, or the moisture of the atmosphere was about 63%. We had a wind speed of about 8 kilometers per hour. It's the state of the climate system at a particular time and place. On the other hand, when we talk about climate, we're talking about the average pattern now of how any one of these variables may vary over a period of time, let's say over 30 years, and for a particular region. So weather is what we have at a particular time and place, but climate that we're going to be talking about in this presentation is the average pattern of any one of these variables over a particular period of time. So when we talk about climate now, we can talk about the variations we see in climate. And we can talk about these variations on the shorter time scale. So again, we haven't touched climate change as yet. We notice variations on shorter time scales. So we can talk about interannual variations. These are just the variations we see from year to year. We were drier than normal a year ago, 2 years ago, but we're wetter than normal, for example, in another year. These are year-to-year variations. And secondly, we can talk about variations in the climate over groups of years. You talk about decades, decadal variability. Are you hearing me okay, ladies and gentlemen? Are you following me?
Yes, we are hearing you clearly.
Beautiful. So I've put up a plot. It's showing us rainfall from 1950 to 2010. And if we notice that we could talk about year-to-year variations, 1 year we're up, another year we're down, another year we're up again. These are year-to-year variations that we call interannual variability. But in that same plot, if we look again, we could notice groups of years. So some years we have more rainfall, other years we have less rainfall, another group of years we have more again. We see rainfall varying over groups of years. We call this decadal variability. So while we can talk about climate, we could talk about variations we see in the climate over shorter time scales, year to year and over groups of years. But for today, we want to concentrate on climate change, and that's something slightly different. When we talk climate change, now we're talking a distinct change in your rainfall, in your temperature, in your wind speed, any of the measures of climate. And it's a change that lasts for a long period of time, over a number of decades. So as we talk about this distinct change, we talk about what we could perhaps look at as the mean change over a number of years. It's lasting a long time and it's a distinct change. So we spoke about looking at climate, and the variability could be from year to year, not the focus of our our discussion today. It could be over groups of years, not the focus of our discussion today. It could be over this longer period where we see some distinct changes. That's what we mean by climate change. And you may be wondering, is this change, climate change, more important than what we see from year to year over groups of years? It would be a good question, because what we live, ladies and gentlemen, is from year to year, we're seeing distinct variations in our climate. Drier than normal, wetter than normal another year, hotter than normal one year, even hotter than normal another year. We're seeing variations, all right? And they're significant. Now, the climate change, this long-term change and distinct change we see in our variables is contributing to some of that variability that we're experiencing, all right? It's defining new means around which the variations we see from year to year occur. And at present, what we notice is that the variability is more important than change for some variables. What do we mean by that? If we were to look at temperatures, ladies and gentlemen, and we were to look at June, July, August temperatures, we did an average over this season, and we looked at years, we're looking at anomalies. Just tells me by how much the temperature was lower than a mean value or above a mean value. So what we would see is from about 1950 onwards, this red line shows this longer term trend. That before, from the 1950s, we would have been cooler than an average that was calculated about for the 1950s to 2000. We would have been cooler than normal, but as we move into recent decades, we have been warmer than normal. The thing is, we have been noticing that our temperatures are trending upwards. We see this trend. And it's a trend that when we talk about temperature, it explains about 54% of the variability we see in our temperature data. The plot is showing, again, a very similar picture. The colors show us the percentage of variability that is explained by the long-term trend, by climate change. And what this red and purple is showing us, ladies and gentlemen, is that about 50 or 60% or more of the variability we see in temperatures is due to climate change. It's a long-term trend that is dominant. When we move to decadal, it explains about 14% when we're talking about temperatures. When we move from year to year variability for June, July, August temperatures across the Caribbean, it explains 30%. So when we talk about temperatures, it's a climate change signal that dominates. It's that long-term change that is dominating. Ladies and gentlemen, are you still with me?
Yes, we are here.
Definitely, yes.
Yes, Doc, we're with you. We're with you.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So if we looked at another variable, let's say we looked at very wet days, and this is just a variable to characterize some extreme rainfall event. If we look at very wet days, and we look at the climate change, that long-term signal in, again, June, July, August season, we see that climate change only explains 10% of the variations that we see in the rainfall data in this very wet days data set. But when we move to decadal, looking at variations across groups of years, we now see decadal explaining 30%. But ladies and gentlemen, when we look at what we are seeing from year to year, it's the year-to-year variations, interannual variability, that dominates when we look at very wet days and when we look at a number of rainfall-related variables. So back to our question. Is climate change more important than climate variability? When we're looking at temperatures, the climate change signal is very dominant. It's the more important contributor. When we're looking at rainfall and very wet days, it's the variability, the year-to-year variations, that's the dominant contributor to the variability we see. Hope you're with me, ladies and gentlemen. So to take us back to our discussion, climate change, the meat of our discussion is distinct changes we see in measures of the climate, and these are changes that last for a long period of time. Again, we're talking about the what, why, and how of climate change. So we're going to move our attention to why. Why is climate change occurring? Ladies and gentlemen, why is climate change occurring? I hear a powerful silence. Does anybody want to share with us what is your understanding of why we are experiencing a change in climate? Anyone?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Sir Everald.
Yes, Everald Morgan from Cornwall Combined Disability Association. I think because of how we as human beings have used our resources,
yes,
and not using it sustainably, our use of fossil fuels,
yes,
and the fact that we have not been tracking that over the past decades, and we have not been able to reduce our consumption and the inputs that we have had in the environment, and not really making a real change, a real move towards making change towards it. That's the environment.
Thank you for that answer, Sir Morgan. You hit some key things there for us. It's how we're using our resources, particularly how we're using fossil fuels and how we're burning fossil fuels and releasing what we call greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So we're talking about the why our climate has been changing. There are a number of things that can cause climate change. One are natural variations. We have changes in how the Earth orbits the sun, and those longer term changes can bring about a change in climate. It's what we associate with the ice age you may have heard of in previous discussions. We can have those natural variations. We can have variations climate change due to volcanic eruptions, where because of the eruption, we have more aerosols, more ash in the atmosphere, and it causes a cooling effect. A cooling effect, though, that is short-lived, a couple of months. We can have, however, climate change as a result of human activity, and that's what we're going to talk about this morning. It's this change in our climate as a result of the human influence on the climate system. This influence is as a result of the burning of fossil fuels to provide energy, or heavy transportation needs, or change in land use, and so more deforestation occurring. All of these activities, some agricultural activities, all of these contribute to what has been observed as an increased greenhouse gas concentration that has caused us to warm and has caused our climate to be changing. So we can talk about climate change as a result of human activity. So concentrations of greenhouse gases have increased significantly over the last century. So what you're looking on, ladies and gentlemen, is a plot of the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We call it the concentrations, characterized by parts per million. Those are my units. But just to say amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. All right, 10,000 years ago, this is where we're at. But notice since 1750s, we have had this huge exponential increase in the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And this small inset shows you in more detail what is being picked up since 1750s. Similarly, the plot on the right shows another gas, methane. This now is parts per billion. And again, 10,000 years ago, moving onwards, look where we're at. And then when we hit about 1750, look at the amounts of methane that has been recorded in the atmosphere. So what we have been noticing is human activities have been conducted or are being conducted that have resulted in concentrations of greenhouse gases increasing significantly, particularly in the last century. Because of this increase in greenhouse gases, we have an increase in the greenhouse gas effect, all right? we have this greenhouse effect that helps to keep the earth warm enough for us to live on, ladies and gentlemen. So our problem is, as we burn more fossil fuels, as we cut down more trees, as we have more heavy transportation demands and we change land use, we are emitting more of these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. We're causing a bigger concentration of greenhouse gases. What that does for us is there's this natural greenhouse effect. What happens is we have these greenhouses blanketing the earth. Solar energy comes in, warms up the earth. Some of this energy is reflected back. As the earth warms, the earth starts radiating heat. And because of this greenhouse effect, while some of the heat escapes back into space, some of the heat is reflected back to the earth and continues to warm the earth. As we emit more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, we have a stronger greenhouse effect. That is, we're trapping more of the heat that's trying to leave the earth. So more greenhouse gases equal greater warmth. We end up with a warming earth. We end up seeing a change in climate. So as our greenhouse gases increase, we have this greenhouse effect increases. One of these greenhouse gases is carbon dioxide. And what we have seen is as carbon dioxide has increased, so have the temperatures across the globe increased. What you're looking on, ladies and gentlemen, is a blue line showing you global temperatures since 1850s, how they deviated from a mean calculated between 1850 and 19,000. So we were cooler than average relative to 1850, 1900. And then notice that we have been warming considerably. And what we have noticed with that warming, ladies and gentlemen, is that our concentrations, please forgive me, the blue shows the concentrations of greenhouse gases and the red shows us the temperatures and how our temperatures have been trending upwards, much as we have seen the concentration of carbon dioxide trending upwards. So as carbon dioxide has increased, so have our temperatures. Is carbon dioxide really responsible? One of the things that have been done, ladies and gentlemen, is to look at the radiative forcing of a number of gases in the atmosphere. And all radiative forcing is a measure of how much heat is absorbed versus what is released back to space. And what we notice is the amount of heat absorbed as a result of carbon dioxide is a lot more energy is absorbed in relation to carbon dioxide than for any other gas we could think of. Methane, for example, CFCs, for example, nitrous oxide, for example. So the work that has been done suggests that the dominant force or the dominant guy holding on to heat energy as it tries to leave the atmosphere is carbon dioxide. Last thing here, what kind of activities have led to the increase in greenhouse gases that we see? I'm pausing a little, ladies and gentlemen. Are you still with me?
Yes, right here.
Right
here. Still here, still here.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. We have a number of activities that have been contributing to the increased greenhouse gases that we have observed in the atmosphere. And so the green shows you changes in land use. So it deals with agriculture, forestry, and other land use changes. We have industries, we have buildings, we have transportation, we have energy. And so each shade of color tells me the contribution of each of these to the concentration of greenhouse gases we have. What have you been noticing? Who tends to be the dominant contributor to the increase in greenhouse gases we have observed?
United States of America.
United States, but in this graph, we understand, and yes, they are a major contributor, but in terms of activities, whether energy or transport or building or industry or agriculture and forestry and other land uses, which of the guys based on the colors seem to be the guy that is increasing more than everybody else?
Energy.
Energy, beautiful, is one of the dominant contributors right now to the concentrations of greenhouse gases we're seeing. And what is the next guy in order? What's
industry. Industry.
Industry, and next guy who you would jumps out at you. What's the other one that would jump out at you?
Transport.
Transport, excellent. So we're seeing energy, industry, and transport being among the dominant contributors to greenhouse gas emissions that we are seeing. So when we talk about why our climate is changing, primarily due to humankind's influence on the climate system, example through the burning of fossil fuels, through energy production, agriculture, industry, transport. Our final question for this presentation: how has the world's climate changed? So we have dealt with what is climate change, distinct change in climate. We have dealt with the why. We have these human activities that are contributing to these increased greenhouse gas emissions and therefore concentrations in the atmosphere. How has the climate of the world been changing? One of the reports or one of the documents that help to summarize and give great detail as well to the changes that have been observed in the climate system is a document produced by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. You heard Dr. Dale talk about it earlier this morning. This speaks to the 5th assessment report. There's a 6th report that's being compiled right now and will be released likely in 2021. The 5th assessment report had 259 authors across the globe. It had 14 chapters in this working group 1, and it also had an atlas of regional projections. From this report, there were 19 headline statements. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be happy to note that we're not going to talk about all 19 today. That's a thank you, Jesus moment. We're talking about only 6 ways that our climate has changed. One, we're going to deal with temperature. And much like you have been experiencing, ladies and gentlemen, and we have noticed an increase in temperatures. So we see a warming of the climate system. So what your graph is showing you, ladies and gentlemen, is when we look at the average of land and ocean surface temperature across the globe, what we find out is that we have been experiencing a warming trend of 0.85 degrees Celsius has been recorded over 1880 to 2012. And all the plot is meant to show is to visualize that, yes, we have been seeing an increase in our temperatures. These are annual temperatures across the globe. And when we look at decadal averages, we're also seeing decadal temperatures increasing. When we look spatially again, ladies and gentlemen, over 1901 to 2012, this is the longest period where we can do calculations across the globe, or where regional calculations are sufficiently complete. What we have noticed is almost the entire globe has experienced surface warming. And so, ladies and gentlemen, anywhere between this light pink into red into purple are areas of the globe where some kind of warming or increasing temperature has been recorded. Only one spot we see a little blue in. So for much of the globe has experienced surface warming. So we see increased temperatures. A second way we are seeing global climate change, ladies and gentlemen, is the ocean heat content. So ocean warming dominates the increase in energy stored by our climate system. So one of the points we want to pick up is not only are land areas recording increased temperatures and the atmosphere recording increased temperatures, 2 is that your oceans are also recording increased temperature. So when we look at ocean heat content, ocean warming is largest near the surface and upper 75 meters, and it has warmed by 0.11 degrees Celsius per decade between 1971 to 2010. The takeaway message from this slide, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking on the right-hand side at the change in global average upper ocean heat content. We're just looking at the warming in the ocean. And what we notice is that that warming is trending upwards, all right? So a second change in global climate that we have seen is that the ocean heat content has increased. We're seeing a warming of our oceans. Third thing we've seen in our global climate system is that sea ice and snow cover have been decreasing. So over the last 2 decades, Greenland and Arctic ice sheets have been losing mass. Glaciers are shrinking globally. The Arctic sea ice and Northern Hemisphere snow cover has continued to decrease. Again, this is consistent with our warming climate. We notice sea ice extent and snow cover are on the decrease. Left-hand graph is showing you snow cover and that is on the decline. Right-hand graph is showing you Arctic summer sea ice extent and how that has been decreasing as well. That's the third change we're seeing in the global climate system. A fourth change we're seeing relates to sea levels. And the rate of sea level rise since the mid-19th century has been larger than the mean rate we have seen in the last 2 millennia. Takeaway message, sea levels continue to rise and they're rising at a higher rate. So between 1901 and 2010, the rate of sea level rise was 1.7 millimeters per year. Now, when we move to 1971 to 2010, we're at 2 millimeters per year. 1993 to 2010, we're at 3.2 millimeters per year. The rate of increase, the rate at which sea levels are rising is increasing. The fifth way we can talk about relates to our rainfall. And so globally, when we look at rainfall patterns, the global change we see since 1901, there's low confidence in the change, but the confidence in the change we see since 1950 is at a level we call medium confidence. All right, we're a lot more confident at the patterns we see post 1951. And so some of the changes we see is that when we look at the mid-latitude areas, we see that rainfall patterns, rainfall has been increasing. And for other locations, it's a mix. For other latitudes, we see some positive trends, some negative trends, but these are with low confidence. So when it comes to rainfall, we see a mixed bag, mixed patterns in the rainfall, but over mid-latitudes, we see increased rainfall, at least since 1951. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at extreme events, we notice that there have been changes in many extreme weather and climate events since about 1950. And some of them are as follows. It's very likely that the number of cold days and nights have decreased. And I think that's what you have been experiencing for Jamaica as well. Number of cool days and cool nights decreasing, but certainly the number of warm days and warm nights that we have been experiencing has increased. It's the same pattern across the globe. It's likely that the frequency of heat waves have increased, particularly for Europe and Asia and Australia, and also shown by the number of fire events that have been noted in a number of these areas as well. There are likely more land areas where the number of heavy precipitation events have increased than where we see decreases in heavy precipitation. And the last one we want to note is it's virtually certain based on the observation records that increases have been noted in intense tropical cyclone activity in the North Atlantic since the 1970s. There's low confidence that this is due to human activity. And the science has evolved since this report, and there's even stronger confidence in the human influence on the patterns we are seeing with respect to intense tropical cyclone activity. And we certainly have been observing this from year to year when we see a Dorian, a Irma, a Maria, year after year emerging. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have looked at the what, why, and how of climate change, and we hope you found the discussion useful. Any questions? Back to our chair.
Andrew is from the West here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, question here. Is the high level of carbon dioxide is a result of overpopulation of the world are just how we use the land by removing so much, by deforestation as a matter for that.
So you raise an excellent point. Population is an important influence in this. So you'd find that as our population increase, then we're going to have greater energy demands. We're going to be changing land use to accommodate this increase in population. So what we're seeing, Sir East, is not divorced from an increase in population. What we would suggest though is with that increased population, then the activities that release more of these greenhouse gases is also increasing. Hope that helps us, sir.
Yes, to a great point. The question is, what do we do? How do we become more minimalized or minimalistic, a more minimalistic society? And go after more sustainable practices. And that's the aim of the discussion for this workshop, or sir. After we have looked at the changes and we've looked at what it means and how the Caribbean and Jamaica has changed, the aim is to talk about what then would be the response and the collective response from all of us, including members of the disabled communities. Okay, then thank you so much.
We're going to talk about it today, sir. Thank you for that, sir.
You're welcome, and thanks for your presentation.
Appreciate it, Sir East. All right, Chair.
Thank you, Doc. Any other burning questions before we move on?
Okay, was more of an observation based upon the presentation. When you had looked at the overall surface warming over the last century, we saw that countries such as North America, USA to be exact, Brazil, and over Russia, some parts of Russia and China were the real hotspots that were on the map itself for increase in temperature. So as Mr. East just pointed out, and I know that the world has come together so many different times, especially to talk about the effects of climate change on small island states, as you just mentioned about the level of rising seawater surface. We can see that evident in our country here in Jamaica. Every day we pass the different beaches that we see this is happening over a period of time. But again, we are here to discuss what will happen. So, I mean, hopefully we can really come and this 2020 now that we have this pandemic on us, now that we know that both small island states are dependent upon climate and are really affected by climate change. So hopefully the world will really come to our aid and try to do something that will best to help us.
Right. And you have summed it up well. You know, it must be a global response. We must do our part, though our contribution is minimal, but yes, globally, there must be a collective action in how we respond. You summed it up well for us, sir. Chair.
Thank you so much, Doc. Okay, so now, just to make sure that all of this information that Dr. Stevenson just delivered has been assimilated well, we will move on to our first, let's call it an assignment, let's call it a little quiz. I'm going to share my screen here. And we're just going to go through a few questions. Is everybody seeing my screen okay?
Yes.
Yes, lovely. All right, so we're going to just go through a few questions just to jog our memory. Yes?
The print is a bit small though.
The print is a bit small. I can work on that. Is that better?
Yes.
Lovely. Okay, so the goal of this quiz is not to pressure you too much, but just to make sure that we kind of remember some of the major points of the last presentation and to get you started thinking, well, some of you have already started thinking about this, but thinking about how these factors have contributed to the changes that we have been seeing so far. And once we're done with this, we'll have a little discussion on some of the changes that you have been seeing yourselves. So if you don't already have a piece of paper and a writing implement of some kind, please grab one. We're going to go through these questions. You will jot down your answers, and then we will all have a discussion together right afterwards to see just how many questions you got right. You don't need to let anybody know, that's fine. But we want to see just how much we've held on to. So let's start with, does everybody have their piece of paper and their pen? Or their laptop, something nearby to jot their answers down? Everybody? Anybody?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, lovely.
Yes,
so
ready.
let's get started. Okay. So our first question, Jamaica usually has a lot of rainfall in the period April to June. This statement describes Jamaica's A, climate change, B, climate, C, weather, D, who knows? So you don't have to tell us the answer just yet, just jot it down. That should have been a relatively quick one. All right, let's try for the next one. Which of the following is a greenhouse gas? A, water vapor, B, methane, C, carbon dioxide, or D, all of the above? Do we have the answer to that one? Again, you don't need to tell me, just let me know when I can move on to the next question.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right, so our next question, which greenhouse gas has the strongest radiative forcing? So this one is really pulling on our memories at this point. So which greenhouse gas has the strongest radiative forcing or influence? A, water vapor, B, methane, C, carbon dioxide, or D, all of the above? And our last question in this section on greenhouse gases, their effects on global warming. Is the greenhouse effect a good or a bad thing? A, good, B, bad, C, there's no way to know, or D, depends on who you're talking to. Everyone okay with this section? Or you want a minute to think about any of the previous questions?
Oh, there's more. Okay.
Oh, there's a lot more, sir.
Okay.
There is more. Okay, let's try for the next one then. There's always more. All right, now let's try for temperature. So our first question here on the temperature section is, on average, over the period 1880 to 2012, combined land and ocean surface temperatures have increased by A, 0.6 degrees Celsius, B, 1 degree Celsius, C, 0.85 degrees Celsius, or D, who knows? Hopefully we're bringing you back to your school days, but not in a traumatic way.
The brain needs work. It's a big muscle that is used by what, 10% only?
I'm not really sure how much percent of your brain you use. Dr. Dale, Dr. Stevenson, do you know?
I'm told that even Einstein, with all his brilliance, used less than 10%.
Oh, look at that. So I agree. It is we do need to exercise it as much as we can. All right, let's try the next one then. The frequency of cool nights in the Caribbean has been A, increasing, B, decreasing, C, unsure as I run air conditioning or a fan all night, or D, nice, cool, and airy. All right, so that's it for temperature. Let's try rainfall now. So the next question is, what is the trend in precipitation over global land areas? This one might feel like a trick question to some. A, some areas have seen an increase. B, some areas have seen a decrease. C, there is low confidence in the trends seen in some areas. Or D, all of the above. All right, question 8. What is the trend associated with Caribbean precipitation for the last century? A, more floods. B, more droughts. C, highly variable annual amounts. Or D, all of the above. All right, so our last two questions now are going to focus on extremes. So question 9 says, how does sea level rise since the 1900s compare to previous millennia? A, Sea level rise in the 1900s has been greater than before. B, sea level rise in the 1900s has been less than before. C, sea level rise doesn't exist. Or D, I live in the hills, so it doesn't matter to me. All right, and our last question, there should be an is there. There is no evidence that tropical storms have been increasing in intensity and frequency over the last century. The options are A, haven't been alive long enough to tell. B, true. C, I believe the scientists. Or D, false. All right, do we have all our answers together, or you want to look back at the questions one more time? Anybody want to look back at the questions before we discuss them?
I guess I could do a drive-by.
A drive-by.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, Doc, I was thinking you could just run through one last time, just so people
Yeah.
can.
Okay, and I'll keep them on the screen for a few minutes as well. So under greenhouse gases, effects, and global warming, we had question 1. Jamaica usually has a lot of rainfall in the period April to June. This statement describes Jamaica's A, climate change, B, climate, C, weather, D, who knows? So I'll just read through the questions and then I'll leave them there for a few minutes, just for you to have a little more time. Question 2, which of the following is a greenhouse gas? A, water vapor, B, methane, C, carbon dioxide, or D, all of the above? Question 3 was asking which greenhouse gas has the strongest radiative forcing or influence? A, water vapor, B, methane, C, carbon dioxide, or D, all of the above? And question 4, is the greenhouse effect a good or a bad thing? A, good, B, bad, C, there's no way to know, or D, depends on who you're talking to. So I'll leave these here for 5 minutes and give you a little time to refine your answers. All right, 1 more minute and then we'll move on to temperature again. Okay, so temperature. Question 5 was, on average, over the period 1880 to 2012, combined land and ocean surface temperatures have increased by A, 0.6 degrees, B, 1 degree, C, 0.85 degrees, or D, who knows? And question 6, the frequency of cool nights in the Caribbean has been A, increasing, B, decreasing, C, unsure as I run air conditioning or a fan all night, or D, nice, cool, and airy. All right, rainfall. What is the trend in precipitation over global land areas? A, some areas have seen an increase. B, some areas have seen a decrease. C, there is low confidence in the trends seen in some areas, or D, all of the above. And question 8, what is the trend associated with Caribbean precipitation for the last century? A, more floods. B, more droughts. C, highly variable annual amounts, or D, all of the above.
All right, next one, Doc.
All right. Extremes. How does sea level rise since the 1900s compared to previous millennia? A, sea level rise in the 1900s has been greater than before. B, sea level rise in the 1900s has been less than before. C, sea level rise doesn't exist. Or D, I live in the hills, so it doesn't matter to me. And question 10, there's no evidence that tropical storms have been increasing in intensity and frequency over the last century. A, I haven't been alive long enough to tell. B, true. C, I believe the scientists. Or D, false. All right, so let's run through all our responses and have a quick little discussion about them then. So let's start with our greenhouse gases. What was your answer for question 1? And we're going to need as much participation as possible. So please don't be shy. So question 1, what was your answer? Jamaica usually has a lot of rainfall in the period April to June. Is that climate change, climate, weather, or we don't know? Any answers?
Weather.
Weather.
Any other ideas? All right, so we have weather. Anyone else want to hazard a guess?
We could also go, climate could fit in it somewhat.
Climate could fit in it somewhat. All right, so let's go back to our definitions that Dr. Stevenson was talking about earlier. What did we discuss? What did she say weather was exactly? On what time scale would we consider weather to be? Anybody remember? Nobody? All right, let's see if we can.
Specific time.
Right, weather is at a specific time. So today it's a little bit rainier than more rainy than usual. Tomorrow it might be a little bit more dry. So weather is a very short-term factor. What about climate?
Climate is a study over a period of time. So, for example, if you're following the same weather pattern over 3 years, 4 years, even a couple of months, you can consider that to be the climate.
Okay, so our average conditions over a period of time then. Okay, so if we're saying Jamaica usually has a lot of rainfall between April and June, then we're kind of saying that every year we can pretty much count on this happening. And we've been seeing this for a long time. So maybe you want to review your answer. Would that count as climate or weather? Because it's not really saying that this time we have, right, exactly. It's more of our climate. So it's what we've come to expect every year because that's what's been happening all the time. Whereas weather would be more, we've been getting a lot of rain lately, but we don't normally get a lot of rain, or it's been really hot today. What about the second fun question then. Which of the following is a greenhouse gas? Water vapor, methane, carbon dioxide, or all of the above?
All of the above.
All of the above. All right. Anybody else agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes, agreed. All of the above.
Okay, we're cool with that one then. All right, next one. Which greenhouse gas has the strongest radiative forcing or influence? Water vapor, methane, carbon dioxide, or all of the above?
C, carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide, yeah.
Agreed.
Carbon dioxide. Okay, all right, fantastic. We're going well here. Fourth question. Is the greenhouse effect a good or a bad thing? Is it good, bad? There's no way to know, or it depends on who you're talking to.
I guess bad.
It's what? Sorry, I didn't hear you answer.
Bad.
Mm-hmm.
B, bad.
You think it's bad? Oh dear. Does anybody else have any ideas? So we have bad so far.
I noticed the question didn't say greenhouse gases, it's a greenhouse effect. So in my
It does say greenhouse effect, yeah.
It can be good or bad. If it overly high concentrate, then it would be bad. But it can be good because it help the earth to replenish itself.
I wasn't sure of the answer myself, because it can be good as if it's too much, it's bad.
Lovely, lovely. I like that you're thinking about it so deeply. So you're exactly right. If there's too much of it, if we have too much volume of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, then it gets kind of out of control and then we end up with global warming. But the greenhouse effect, as you said, it really is fundamentally a good thing. We need it. The greenhouse effect has to exist for the earth to stay warm enough for us to stay alive. So you're right, it is a good thing. So really the answer here should be good because the greenhouse effect itself is a good thing. And greenhouse gases, normally, we need them. But as you say, when it gets out of control and when we emit too many greenhouse gases, that's when we end up with a problem. So we need the greenhouse effect. It's a lovely thing. All right, let's try for temperature then. On average, over the period 1880 to 2012, combined land and ocean surface temperatures have increased by 0.6 degrees, 1 degree, 0.85 degrees, or who knows? If you're taking notes during the last presentation, you probably jotted this one down. Anybody remember?
I'm gonna say 1 degree.
Okay, 1 degree. Anybody else?
I said C, because I thought I saw that in the presentation.
I had lost electricity at that point, so I actually guess B too.
Oh dear.
I said C because I think I saw it in the presentation.
You saw it in the presentation. Okay, so C is correct. 0.85 degrees. It's really close to 1, but once we look at the effect that a small change in temperature can have, you realize that extra 0.15 degrees could make a whole world of difference. So it's actually 0.85 degrees from 1880 to 2012. All right. Next question. The frequency of cool nights in the Caribbean has been increasing, decreasing. I'm not sure. I run air conditioning all night. Or nice, cool, and airy. What was our answer for this one?
B.
Sorry, can you say the question number?
Question is 6. Number 6. Frequency of cool nights in the Caribbean has been increasing, decreasing. I'm not sure. I run AC all night. Or nice, cool, and airy. So we have one person saying decreasing so far.
I live in an area that we get a lot of rainfall, and we do have some hot nights, which is not normal.
I say increasing, A.
You say the cool nights are increasing?
Sorry, decreasing, sorry.
Yeah, I have B for my answer as well.
Did you change your answer because I asked? Okay. All right. So I'm hearing that most people are saying decreasing, and you're saying that you're experiencing some warmer nights here. So the answer is actually B. Yes, we're seeing a decrease in the frequency of cool nights. And I'm glad you brought up the hot nights, because we are actually seeing an increase in the frequency of hot nights in the Caribbean. But let's use this chance to talk about what you've been seeing in your areas, or where you in areas that you normally go to. What have you been noticing in terms of temperature in any area, in any aspect of your lives, really? Have you noticed any change over time?
For myself in Montego Bay here where I am, we are increasing. Well, that's not even the number of hot nights are increasing, but the intensity of the heat. So it's almost like we have like heat waves, especially in the summer times when you would know that it would be spring or should be coming on to autumn, what we call autumn here. But we're not getting that cool down. So even if we have even some rain in the daytime, in the nights, you still feel an intensity of the heat. So even if we have a rain that comes down when we get that atmospheric moisture in the evening, it's not a cool moisture. It's like a more of a warm, damp kind of feeling in the night. So we don't get that cool down per se.
Okay, that's an interesting observation. Anybody from anywhere else in the island? Are you noticing the same thing that's happening in Mobay?
And I'm actually in Cambridge, about 15.5 miles out of Mobay, kind of a watershed area. Kind of a watershed area wherein we could definitely know what our weather would be like. But for the last 2 years, it's like it's blended. We either have extreme hot, dry, or which our dry is not. We don't really have drought per se, but we have dry. But then it start blending now, so we seem to be losing at least 2 seasons. We don't have any spring, and we don't really have any autumn. We just have the section when rain start to fall, and we have growth, and then we just have section of dry.
Okay. All right, so so even in the watersheds, we're noticing this fluctuation then. All right.
Yeah, but
anybody else? Anywhere else?
In our dry time, we still get rain. It's just that we don't get as much.
You don't get as much rain. Okay. So we're seeing a little drying then and warming.
Definitely. Especially this year has been the hottest so far.
All right. Well, you brought up some interesting points. And one of the things that we've noted in the Caribbean here as well is that nighttime temperatures, as you're mentioning, you don't get that kind of reprieve that you normally get with the night cooling down and then the days kind of warm again. We're actually noticing that across the region, nighttime temperatures are warming faster than daytime temperatures. So we're heading towards a point where nighttime could be just as hot as daytime, which is unheard of. But yes, that is the direction we're heading in. So let's think about rainfall then. Let's try to answer these two. So the first question under rainfall, that's question 7. What is the trend in precipitation over global land areas? Some areas have seen an increase. B, some areas have seen a decrease. C, there's low confidence in the trend seen in some areas. Or D, all of the above.
All of the above, I said.
All of the above. Okay, anybody else? Or you want to explain your answer? Sure,
yeah,
go ahead.
Based on the presentation, as you saw that where the northern areas were actually experiencing more rainfall, especially in the winter times. And then we in the Caribbean areas and some areas are actually, because of the drought situation, are experiencing a decrease in the rainfall. And then because of the climate change now, if you know that we would have a rainy month, this year is normally rain. Well, what you see with the climate change now, you can't depend upon the rainy season or what we would see in the climate to say, well, between the months of April to June would have been a rainy season. Because of climate change, we can't depend on that anymore because the rainy season is now ad hoc. It comes when it feels like coming.
That is a beautiful answer. Thank you very much. All right. Anybody wants to have anything to add to that? Did you have any other ideas, or do you agree with all of the above?
All of the above.
All of the above? Okay, sounds like we're in agreement with that one then. Okay. All right, so our next question, question 8, was asking, what is the trend associated with Caribbean rainfall in the last century? Are we getting more floods, more droughts, highly variable annual amounts, or all of the above? I think this follows on the lovely explanation that we just got for the previous question.
Yeah, D.
D. Okay. Are we all agreed with D?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Looks like we're getting quite a lot from this one then. All right, so let's talk a bit more about our own local rainfall in the same way that you've been telling me what's happening with temperature in your areas. What about rainfall? So we heard a little bit about rainfall in Cambridge, you said, in the watershed. What about some of the other areas?
Well, because we skip spring, so we start from spring, from the where we have mid spring, and it's been going on until now because we technically skip summer because it's been a rainy summer. We normally have a break, 2 break in between during summer. We have not have any since, and the rainfall is very heavy now. We can expect it. Like even today, right now, it's still overcast.
Yeah, it's overcast here too, and that will come up again when we're talking about our extremes and how heavy this hurricane season has been, like Doc mentioned.
Exactly.
What about in our more populated areas, or more densely populated areas, or urban areas? What about is anybody here from Portmore? I'm curious to hear what's happening in Portmore with the rainfall and temperature. Or nobody here from that area?
Well, Doc, I guess I can say a little bit on behalf of Portmore.
Yes.
That's where my church is, and that's where I'm actually known. We've been experiencing very sporadic rainfall patterns. So when it is dry, it is really dry, but then when it rains, it really does rain. Rains pretty heavily for prolonged periods of time, and then after that you have quite a dry patch. The temperatures have been very, very high. I think most people, once they work internally, have to use some kind of cooling mechanism. So I would say definitely hot and dry mostly. When we had the dry conditions, we had significant water restrictions. And in Cumberland in particular, is a community that we've always had water problems. No matter what is happening, I mean, it has to rain for an extended period of time before we have normal availability of water during the daytime. So it really has been quite clear. I don't think anybody would doubt that we've actually seen a frequency in heavy precipitation events. As evidenced also, another non-climate evidence of it though, is the frequency which we have been having road repairs. But then it is fixed, and before you know it, it's again in a state of disrepair, and I have to be going over the cycle again. So we've been having quite a significant amount of rainfall events, I would definitely say, and certainly warmer conditions for sure.
So,
okay, thank you, Dr. Dale.
Is the flooding still an issue when it was there? Because I used to live there for a while back in the days, and when you have this dry time, and then it's like it rain fall with a vengeance when the cloud do reach over there through that heat, and then it floods.
Well, that's a good question. I think, well, localized flooding within the community is not as bad now, but what I do find is that the roads, even after they say they have actually done some construction in it, Dr. King, it doesn't appear as though we have done the kind of engineering solution that's required for rapid drainage of the water. So the roads that traditionally are flooded tend to be flooded more frequently now, or just as frequently now as before. In terms of the communities themselves being marooned, we don't have so much of an issue with that, but definitely I would say that something is certainly wrong with the road construction for sure.
Okay, and
what I'm also seeing is that in Montego Bay here that because I'm making the observation because of the rise of the sea level rise, when we do have, you know, some like rainfall that would have given us maybe small flooding in the town, it's actually an immense flooding in the town because the water has nowhere to go. When the water comes off the hillside and goes to the sea, it's like there's a wall of water that it encounters. So it has to come back on the land, which causes the entire city to start flooding. So we're really noticing that the sea level, because of that rising sea level, that there's no way for the water to go when it's actually drained from the land after a heavy downpour of rain. So we're seeing more our city being flooded because of the rise of sea level, the rising sea level.
Huh, that's an interesting effect that's happening there. Maybe we could talk a little bit more about that when we, in our current section that we're moving on to now is sea level rise. I guess you've answered this question already. How does sea level rise since the 1900s compared to previous millennia? Sea level rise in the 1900s has been greater than before, has been less than before. It doesn't exist. Or I live in the hills, so it doesn't matter to me.
Way greater.
Okay. Did anybody say D?
Well, I live in the hills, but it still matter.
Okay, good.
I think our problem is that when most of our cities are dump infrastructure, it was dumped to the level of what sea level what was in those days, and we have set up so much, we have built so much in these close proximity to the sea because we are a tourist, tourists in the Mecca, if you can use that word. And now that this unanticipated sea level rise is happening, we can't do anything about it unless we go just build a wall around. Because whenever as Everard said, when the water comes down now, it normally flows into the sea from the level that it used to be because it was much higher. Now that the sea has come to that level and it's gone up a bit more, it's just a wall. And then when the rain is falling, it's not like it's just falling on the land, it's falling on the sea. And there's that climate effect on the sea where the waves are coming in even harder. So when the water comes down, it just buck up on a wall and then it have to go back. Or it just stops and rise. That's basically what it does. It just stop and rise.
Okay, that's fair. And in some places, their solution has been to just build a wall to keep it out. But those are some interesting points though. So does anybody else, actually in our projections, in some projections that have been done for the region, what you're talking about there about places like Mabe and the areas that have been sort of dumped up at the level of the sea, that's kind of what we've been seeing in some projections of sea level rise for the future as well. So it's likely that much of the Caribbean, we could lose our major ports, we could lose a lot of our major tourist areas, because as you said, they are right at sea level because the whole point is to be easily accessed from the sea. And so once the sea level rises, it kind of just floods all of these areas and reclaims a lot of these areas. So who knows, it's possible that we may have to retreat into the hills at some point. We shall see, but that's the whole point of adaptation, right? All right, next question. Yes, sorry?
I think I was going through some research a while back, and I think it's in Indonesia where some islands have been lost, where people have to be relocating. Where the
some parts of
has reclaimed some islands and just have driven the people from it.
Yes, some parts of Indonesia, some very small Pacific islands that didn't have a lot of hilly areas. Some of those have been inundated as well. Some of those have been somewhat lost, and a few of them are at risk of being lost as well. Still are figure out kind of how they will keep the sea out, even though the entire island is basically currently at sea level. So it is a very, very real threat. So we are lucky that we have some amount of hilly areas in Jamaica here, but that doesn't that doesn't negate the threat to us as well.
And
So as Doc was saying, we also have to kind of mitigate our own impact on the climate as well as adapt to what these new changes are.
And I think we are a bit too late now, because if you notice, all of those areas that we stand to lose are the more quote unquote the most important areas, because the city, the main city, all the main cities are technically, we will lose if it rises to that 30 feet or 30-meter level that we are looking at projection wise.
Yeah, it's a very real economic threat. We will lose a lot of our most important economic zones. And in the Caribbean here, we do put all of our most important economic zones on the coast. So we will have to plan for that. All right, thank you very much for that spirited discussion. Let's just quickly run through our last question here. There's no evidence that tropical storms have been increasing in intensity and frequency over the last century. A, I haven't been alive long enough to tell. B, true. C, I believe the scientists. Or D, false. What's our answer to that one?
D, I'll go with D.
D? All right. Anyone else? Anyone disagree with that? Or we're okay, we're all agreed on D?
I've heard so many times when they're referring to these new tropical storm and hurricanes, when they're saying they have never seen anything in this in how many years, whatever. So D is my answer.
That is true. That is true. And as Doc said, there are hurricanes like Irma and Maria that were just unprecedented.
Yeah, even
as you said, we haven't seen those in a very long time. And even this year, we're having so many storms that we've gone into the Greek alphabet to name them. So, and that hasn't happened in a very long time either.
Exactly. Even Sandy. Sandy was one that actually woke me up.
Yeah.
It started south of us, which was weird. But then she got even weirder when she get to US in the winter and become a cell. In the cold. That is where the place was. Normally tropical storm die in cold, but that one expand and become a supercell in the cold.
That is true. And how far north she went along the US coastline as well.
Exactly.
All right. Anybody have any final thoughts on this particular discussion? Anything they want to add? All right, I think we're okay then. Dr. Dale, you want to give us a couple of minutes to maybe stand up, stretch our legs a little bit, and then we move into Prof's discussion?
Yes, I definitely would agree with that. Everybody's always a good time to just stretch, just a couple of minutes. So we should remain in one position for too long. As we get Prof. Taylor's presentation, but if there are any other final comments, we'll love to entertain them as well.
Remember, not all of us can stand up.
Well, that's true. Well, I guess
excellent point.
I guess everybody can stretch their hands up a little bit. But we really appreciated the feedback, Dr. Kim. I mean, there were some really good comments that were made. As a climate change is our lived reality, it is what we are dealing with right now, and you know it is challenging for us as small and developing states. So the things that we have to deal with.
One of the things that we keep ignoring in our country too is landslide. The level of water that we get in a short period, and the way how the land is not capable of holding because of deforestation.
Yeah, that is a serious problem that we have to contend with as well. And when we have prolonged periods of rainfall, one of the things that happens is that the ground becomes saturated, and then any further rainfall just will result in some serious loss of Yes, and it's a major problem.
Keypad selected audio.
So we also have this weird thing. I don't why we're not paying attention to it. Where our population is growing, and we keep using the best lands to build to do construction and build houses and housing schemes and stuff. And leave the hilly section that should be used with the mall and the rocks and stuff. That is another concern of mine.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a challenge too. I mean, agriculture faces a number of significant challenges from the climate change, and so if we're not giving it the best opportunity to survive by giving it the best land, we're certainly making matters worse. That's definitely a problem.
Problem is that it's not that we don't have it, the lands were they were being used, but now the powers maybe is repurposing them to build houses, and want to build houses and turn this big concrete melting pot where it's like an oven we are creating like in the developed world, and then we wonder why we're getting so hot. We have too many cook pots that we have created by building these heap of housing scheme and the best flat lands.
Yeah, good point. I agree with you.
And that further point, Andrew, if you notice that most of these big housing schemes are being built without any green spaces. So there's no parks, no sufficient space in the housing scheme for what we call carbon sequestration. So there's nowhere at all for any oxygen to be produced because it's all this concrete everywhere. And the little square feet of land that they put for maybe a lawn or a backyard is not sufficient enough to really cool down the entire community.
True, and the thing is this: if everybody look to America, and if we look to America properly, if you look at every big any big wide area where they do construction like that, they have this huge area of water. They call it, even if it's just a lake, but they have it there because they knew the purpose of what that is for.
Yes, good points. Thanks very much. All right. I really appreciate the feedback. I want everybody just to bear with me for 1 minute. We do have to ensure that we have for the records the correct association with everybody for the participants listing, as you could imagine, because we're having this thing virtually. Robert, can you give me a last name again and the agency you're from, please?
Robert Blake. I wear many hats, so I do represent Cornwall Combined Disability Association as the Vice President and the President for the Montego Bay Jamaica Society for the Blind. So I'll leave it right there.
Okay, so the Combined Disabilities Association, you said?
Right. Yeah, I'm the vice president for that, and I'm the president for the Montego Bay Jamaica Society for the Blind.
Okay.
And also note that I'm visual impaired. That was why Mr. East was saying that everybody can stretch and walk because he uses a wheelchair. So we are persons from the disabled community with different types of disability.
Yeah,
so
man.
just for the record.
Okay.
I know, because when you start your presentation, you did make mention of Combine very much involved, and that's where we are affiliated with. Matter of fact, that's our mother in terms of what we do on this side. So we are Cornwall and they are Combine, the exact same name. The only difference is location.
Okay. I appreciate that very much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. East, just remind us again. I know it's Andrew East, but what agency?
President of Cornwall Combined Disability Association.
Okay.
Same as Robert, but the president.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris, are you with us? I'm getting Mr. Harris. Ms. Brathwaite?
That was Conrad Harris from Jamaica Society for
Yes.
the Blind.
Yes, he's from the Jamaica Society for the Blind, and yes, Kamika Brathwaite, Information and Training Officer with said Society for the Blind.
Okay.
Hi, Tamika.
Hi, Robert.
Okay, and Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morgan?
Hello? Yes.
Yes, sir, Morgan.
Everyone Morgan. Yes, everyone Morgan, Public Relations Officer for the Cornwall Combined Disability Association.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate this, guys, very much. This is very, very important. Lisa? Lisa, are you with us still? We're not getting Lisa. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, folks, for.
Hello.
Hi, Lisa. Can you give us? Is Hickson's the last name, right, Lisa?
That's right. I am just listening in from Antigua. I'm not from Jamaica. I'm from Antigua, but Conrad sent the link to our chat group and invited us to join in.
Oh, nice. Thank you. What can you say? What agency in Antigua?
I am legally blind. I'm not representing any particular agency.
Okay. Okay. Very welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hi, good morning. Are you able to hear me? This is Conrad Harris. You're talking to me earlier, but I wasn't able to.
Yes, Conrad.
No
problem. No problem. You're from the Jamaica Society for the Blind. Do you hold any title there or just a member?
I'm executive director of the Jamaica Society for the Blind.
Executive director, of course. How could I say a thing like that? Thanks very much, Sir Conrad. I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you very much all for that. I appreciate it very much. We're going to now turn our throat to Professor Michael Taylor, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, and he's also co-chair of the Climate Studies Group. Really happy to have you, Prof. I know you're very busy, and thanks for taking the time to be with us. Over to you, sir. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I'm very sorry about that. I was having a little trouble unmuting. Really appreciate the invitation to be here and to be sharing, with you all since morning. I've learned a lot. And in truth, I'm only going to confirm a couple of things that have been said already. I was going to open my video very briefly. I'm marooned at home because of the rain. And I have my kids at home as well. And I've had to kick my son out of his room. So, if anything you might, if you can see the screen and you can see what's behind me, or you can imagine what's behind me. But this is Michael Taylor. All right. Just giving a quick presentation about climate and Jamaica. So I've learned a whole lot listening to you already. And I want to zone in on some specific things about Jamaica. However, I heard that Lisa was from Antigua. And Lisa, I think you're going to find a number of the things familiar where I am going. So even though it's Jamaica, because we share this common Caribbean existence, I suspect you will find it very familiar. Want to note that a lot of what I will, however, be taking, using in this presentation, I'm drawing on a document called The State of the Caribbean Climate, which I think Dale had spoken about in the very beginning. The State of the Jamaican Climate, 2050. In fact, I'm really drawing on that as my information course. And one of the things I know under this project we are doing is that they are going to translate this into multiple forms, because we think information must be had by everybody. And, you know, I don't know if Dale will speak further about it, or Kim, but that's where I'm going to draw on my information. And I'm really going to do a very simple presentation. When I listen to you, you all know a lot. In fact, you know about climate already and how it's impacting. And so how I want to do this presentation is just to tell you 3 things you already knew about climate, but which I'm going to tell you anyway. So 3 things that I know you knew already about climate, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So in the discussions, you know, wherever I go, if you forget everything that I'm about to talk about, just remember the 3 things that I know you know already, but which I am going to tell you anyway. All right. Anytime you want to ask a question, please just interrupt me. Raise your hand if you can use that feature. If not, just open the mic and interrupt me. So want to make sure you are ready. 3 things you already knew, but which I'm going to tell you anyway. Ready? If somebody says yes, I know you are ready.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yes,
We're ready.
yes, man.
All right, great. All right. So here's the first thing, which I know you knew already, but which I'm going to tell you. Jamaica's climate is changing. Did you know that already?
Yeah, man. That's true.
Absolutely. All right. So, and it's right. I mean, I think Dr. Stevenson, when she was presenting that, you know, made the case right across the world, but it is true for Jamaica. Let me kind of give you an idea of how Jamaica's climate is changing, but you know it because you are living this reality, and that's how I know you know it. 4 ways. And the first way is that Jamaica's climate is getting hotter. And so I'm giving you based on the kind of science work that we do here at the Climate Studies Group, MONA. But even if I wasn't showing you science pictures or telling you what the science was doing, you already know Jamaica's climate is getting hotter. And so no matter what you plot for Jamaica, daytime temperatures, nighttime temperatures, mean temperatures, once you plot it, you will see that those graphs are just going up and up and up. Or as Dr. Stevenson had said, the linear trend is the biggest part of our temperature history. So what does that mean for me and you? How is it that you already knew it? So you knew it because it meant that the mean temperatures are already increasing, you know, and it shows in the science. It's been increasing at about a rate of, if I was to quote the number, 0.16 degrees per decade, or about 1 degree. So you had little quiz with Kim, and about 1 degree we have been increasing over the last century. And so that is what's making it seem hotter, you know, that is what's making it in the middle of the day, boy, we just have to seek shelter, that kind of thing. So the mean temperatures are one way in which you know it's getting hotter. The other ways, you already spoke about it. Nighttime temperatures are increasing at a faster rate than daytime temperatures. And so what that means is that in the night, we now have to be running our cooling device straight through the night. So if you have a fan, you're lucky to have an AC, you know, you turn it on. You used to be able to turn it off in the middle of the night when it gets cooler. Now you find most of the year you are running it straight through the night. And that's because nighttime temperatures are getting hotter, increasing at a faster rate than daytime temperatures.
This is down here or upstairs?
Yes, we're okay?
Yeah, sorry, thanks.
Everybody okay?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Good, good. The other way we see it is that, of course, what we call the temperature range is decreasing. And I heard you all mention this before. So it means that the difference between day and nighttime temperatures is getting smaller, and you're almost being hot all 24 hours. And then the last way, which is very important for us, is that the number of really, really, really hot days in a year is more now, about 23 more days now than we had 50 years ago. And so what it really means is that summer just seems to be starting earlier, it's staying intense, and it is going for a longer time. It's almost like we're approaching summer all year round, and the science is showing this to us. All right, so the first way you already knew Jamaica's climate is changing, boy, it's getting hotter. The second way you already knew Jamaica's climate is changing is that our rain is becoming way more variable. And so what that means is, if I were to plot the rainfall, 1 year, the rain we get this year is a whole lot, and that's this year. But then there are years when we don't get any rain and we are in drought, you know, and then there are times when we get the rain in the beginning of the year and we don't get it at the end of the year. And so we end up with this, what Dr. Cynthia talked about, interannual variability, and we are seeing it. So what does this mean? Well, we're swinging between extremes and we can't plan for the water. And so even if we have water harvesting, maybe we get it this year and it works well, but then in another year it doesn't. And so we run into this challenge. But another little way that I think you want to watch how the rain is changing is that the character of how rain falls is changing. And what that means is that we're going towards a situation, and you can begin to see it playing out. We get dry days, and then when it rains, it really rains. Now, this year happens to be a little bit of a difference for some parts of our island, but the general pattern is more and more dry days, but when it rains, boy, it comes down in torrents. Or even when we get in rain, we get a brief, long shower and it floods out everywhere, and then the rain is gone. So our rain is way more variable. The character of the rain is changing, and from year to year, it's changing. I'm hoping you're remembering these things, because I'm going to ask you at the end. The third way I know you know Jamaica's climate is changing is that we are seeing more climate extremes. So if we think about the hurricanes, if we looked between 1980 and 1999, 20 years, we would have only seen about 4 major storms or hurricanes coming near to Jamaica. But if we go from 2000 to about present, the number of storms that pass within our vicinity have more than doubled or tripled. So we see that severe hurricanes in the region are increasing, more weather systems, severe hurricanes are passing near to us. We see that droughts are increasing. And one of the ways is that, boy, between 2009 and 10, we had a major region-wide drought, multi-year drought, severe. And then we got, reasonable patterns of rain. And then by the time we hit 2013 to 2016, we were back in a region-wide drought. We're seeing heat waves, something we're not used to. So what we're getting is hot, but we're getting consecutive hot days, and that's not something we are used to. We're used to getting hot days, but then after a day or two, it cool off and we say, boy, thank you. But now we are seeing consecutive hot days in the region, and that is posing a challenge. And of course, you only need to listen to the news to know that we're getting more flood events because of that microburst of rain. Comes down, floods out the area, does its damage, and then goes. So the third way you already knew Jamaica's climate was changing was that we're getting more extreme, more climate extremes. And then the last way, and I heard you talk about it, is our sea levels are higher. And you can call the places in Jamaica where you know the beach is missing. I wonder if you could tell me a couple of them. Where do you know the beach? Where?
Dump Up Beach in Montego Bay.
Dump Up Beach in Montego Bay. What about Negril?
Yeah, that's another one too.
If you're in Kingston, where? Hellshire.
Alligator Pond in St. Elizabeth.
Alligator Pond. St. Thomas. What about St. Thomas? What about the Roselle area and the roadside?
Yes.
So you see the effects of sea level rise, where the sea is taking back portions of the land. if we were to quantify it, we really have been seeing about 1.6 millimeters of sea level rise per year. And you're going to say, wait, you made a mistake. You said millimeters. No, 1.6 millimeters per year. Or after 1993, that has doubled. So it's now about 3.5 millimeters per year. So the 1.6 is if you took 100 years of data. So we know that the rate of sea level rise is increasing. And even though it seems small in our minds, 3.5 millimeters per year, we see the impact. It's not only the impact when it takes away the beaches, but of course, now when you have a big wind event, you need to have a hurricane again. Because the sea level is higher than it used to be, it pushes the water further inland and you get a flooding, all right? And the kind of sea level rise we have been seeing is very consistent with the sea level rise being seen around the world. So put that all together, and it's 4 ways we already know Jamaica's climate is changing. It's hotter, our rain is more variable, we're seeing more climate extremes, and we're seeing higher sea levels. But you knew that already, right? Say yes if you did. No yes? One yes?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So the first thing I'm telling you that you already knew is that Jamaica's climate is already changing. So the question I know is in your mind that you really want to ask me is this question. It's a question of, so why are you telling me that? If I know that you know that already, why am I telling you that? Just spend a few, there's a few minutes telling you why I'm telling you this. I'm telling you that because when you put those 4 things together, temperature rising, sea levels rising, more variable rainfall, more climate extremes, they don't happen one or the other. They're happening almost simultaneously. And what we see is the emergence of a new climate regime marked by something I heard Dale speak about in the very beginning, unfamiliarity. And I want you to remember that. You know our climate is already changing. What must you associate it with? A new climate regime marked by unfamiliarity. It's changing so that we don't know, we can't say again, well, April and May must be rain, because sometimes we don't get the rain. Or we can't say again, well, it's going to cool off in the night. It's that unfamiliar element. So our climate is changing, and when we put all the changes together, we're entering into a new climate regime that is marked by unfamiliarity. And I want you to remember that word, unfamiliarity. So what if we're entering into a new climate marked by unfamiliarity? Well, the truth is, Jamaica and life in Jamaica depends a lot on familiarity. And the way we plan and the things that determine our quality of life are really bound up in familiar patterns of climate. And so even when it varies, we expect it to vary within familiar bounds, but it is not. Another way of saying this is right now, and you can examine your own life and the life of your community and the life of our country. Jamaica's way of life is being compromised right in front of our own eyes. And climate is playing a big role in that. How can I be so sure about that? Well, I'm sure about it because our physical existence has an inescapable climate imprint. So if you think about how we live our lives, if we know it's going to be hottest in July, August, so we say, all right, we won't send our kids to school outdoor in July, August. So we already wrap climate into how we live our lives. Or we know it's going to rain, supposed to rain at certain times of the year. So we schedule our agriculture and our planting around it. Or things like
our productive sectors, the tourism season has a strong link to climate. Agriculture, strong link to climate. So we have this really strong sensitivity to climate. And then the last thing that makes us so sensitivity is our health, our water, and our energy is wrapped up in climate. Health because what? Why would I say our health is wrapped up in climate? You tell me. What are some of the diseases that we get?
The flu.
Yes?
Flu.
Yes.
One.
Which ones?
Flu in spring.
Flu, yes. What about the big one everybody worrying about now?
Dengue and COVID.
Dengue, all right.
Dengue.
Some climate
Rainfall.
elements as well. So you can begin to see it. Can you see that when you have water is very wrapped up in climate?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So can you begin to see that your quality of life is wrapped up in climate? And if I really wanted to make the point, I would only need to read some newspaper headlines. So if you're following the news headlines on TV or in the newspaper, and you see the things like flood drowns coffee exports, estimated at 1 billion. Well, that means there is livelihood loss. That means there is crop loss. That means that's food security. Or several Maypen communities flooded during heavy rains. Well, that's now me and you. That's cost to replace our life to how it is. That is dealing with the things that will emerge out of dirty flooded water sitting stagnant on the ground. And you can begin to see that because we're in... Yes? Somebody wants to say something? Somebody was saying something, sorry?
Yeah, I was saying food shortage because of
food
flooding.
Shortage. Can you see how it relates directly to you though? Because once you have food shortage, what happens to you?
Cost of it go up if you do get it.
So you go to the market or you go to the supermarket and you're paying more. That's climate impacting you. So that's what I'm talking about. Quality of life is compromised. If I could push one more, anybody notice that their electricity bill is going higher and higher?
Yes, everybody in Jamaica should see that now.
Everybody. Some of it is related to us being at home due to COVID, but others of it is because we have to run cooling devices now. So I think you see the point that I'm making. 3 things you already knew about climate. The first thing I know you already knew is that our climate is changing. And you would have told me higher temperatures, variable rain, more intense storms, rising sea levels. Why am I telling you? I'm telling you because I want you to remember the word unfamiliar. We are living through the emergence of a new climate regime that's marked by the unfamiliar. And what does that mean? Jamaica's quality of life is being compromised. My quality of life, your quality of life is being compromised. All right, so that's the first thing. So what's the first thing you already knew? Just remind me. I just want to know you're listening to me. The first thing you already
knew? Our climate is changing.
All right, and why is that important at all?
Our lives are intertwined with it.
Right. And the quality of our lives is intertwined with it. Right? And our quality of life is being compromised by the new unfamiliar regime. All right, quickly, what's the second thing that you already knew? Well, you already knew that Jamaica's climate is going to continue to change. So the first thing is Jamaica's climate is changing. The second thing, Jamaica's climate will continue to change. Now, our science is what's teaching us this. Where do we get this? Well, the science that we do is we take these big computer models and we run models to the end of the century, and we put in different scenarios. The world will be more populated or will be less populated. And we come up with scenarios, because any of them could play out, about how climate will change to the end of the century. When we look on the scenarios for Jamaica, the first way we know it's going to change, even hotter times ahead. I mean, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but if you're hot now, there are even hotter times ahead. How much hotter? So by the 2020s, if we take Jamaica as a whole, probably a half a degree. So by the end of this decade, we are in probably half a degree more warming than when we began about 10 years ago to study this. Now we already see 1 degree, and I'm telling you half a degree more warming. By the 2030s, we could be up to anywhere about 0.8 more degrees warming, and that's more than what we have seen already. By the 2050s, we could be 1.8 degrees warmer than what we are seeing. And if any of us live to say 2090s, we could be up to 3 degrees warmer than what we're seeing. Yes.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I heard you mention the impact of climate change. I don't know how much this is a result of climate change, which may not be climate change of Jamaica itself, it may be a global thing.
Right.
But I am looking at something that I've never seen in my lifetime. I heard that it normally would have happened every now and then. But this dust storm that would move from Africa to Sahara and come over to Jamaica, and I've seen it twice since here. I am alarmed by that. I don't understand what can you say it has anything to do with that?
So you are actually speaking about the unfamiliarity that I said we are living through now. Dust from Sahara have happened every year. In fact, they probably happen and you don't even realize it, because this wind regime, the trade winds that come off the coast of Africa and move what comes off Africa over the Caribbean. And so they've been monitoring Saharan dust for years, but sometimes the concentration is just so light that you yourself have never really noticed it, or sometimes we would get enough rain to rain out the kind of dust that's in the atmosphere. But where we're beginning to see the change, and as you said, it's also related to what's happening with climate change elsewhere, we're beginning to see more intense drying episodes over Africa where the dust is coming. And once you get these more intense drying over Africa, the dust storms can become more severe. And so twice this year, as you have said it, I think we were under this severe dust warning. And so what you are noticing is beginning to live out this unfamiliar thing. What I want you to move on to is, okay, well, if I see that.
So would you say the intensity of it has impacted Jamaica this year?
Well, I want to ask you that. You reach Jamaica, how it impact you think people around you?
Many ways I can imagine that it impacts, especially we are questioning. It's questionable to me if it comes with some diseases, if it comes with some kind of insect, eggs, if it comes with any lot of things that can affect our water, our atmosphere, brings down what you would have normally called acid rain. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it brings dirt in our water.
It could bring things in it, but when you know that they say we're going to have an intense dust storm for 2 days, what you found yourself doing?
Get nervous and start prepare for lock up a place.
Lock up your place, and not only lock up the place, but stay inside.
Stay inside and cover my water and everything,
And that's
I also hear that it brings fertile soil, so I don't know about that. Fertility.
So there are lots of things it can do, and climate doesn't only have bad impacts, but the point you are making, my point well. When we begin to have these unfamiliar things, we have to change our way of life. And so you lock up some more. But I was hoping you would bring out the fact that people who are asthmatic really suffer during those dust storms, because they can't escape it. And so they become extremely vulnerable. And that's how climate now begins to compromise your quality of life. And that's what we are seeing in Jamaica and in the Caribbean region. All right, let me quickly go on and then we have some more discussion. So I'm saying you already knew it was changing and it's bringing this unfamiliarity, compromising your life. The second thing I'm saying is you already know that it's going to change and it's going to get even hotter. By the end of the century. And I'm telling you, probably even up to 3 degrees is when you look on Jamaica specifically, by the end of the century, where we have only seen 1 degree already? Well, it's not only going to get hotter, but we're never going to lose the variability. So it's always 1 year going to be rain and another year no rain, but it's going to be varying around a lower mean. Or what do I mean? By the time we hit mid-century and start to go down, it's going to become drier. And so the amount of rain we get in a year is going to be significantly less. By the time we hit the end of this 2020s, we'll probably be about 3% drier. By the time we hit 2030s, 4%. But then when we hit mid-century, 9% drier. By the end of the century, 21% drier. Now, you and I know our water is challenged in the best of years. You know, what happens when we are 20% drier? But it's going to change in that way. Quick, because I don't want to keep you. We're going to see more intense climate extremes. So we may not see more hurricanes, but we're going to see more intense hurricanes. And we begin to live that already. So the last 3 years of our life, we have seen more Category 5 storms than we saw in the 15 years before that, impacting Caribbean islands. And they're coming with some interesting characteristics if you are a science watcher. Things like there are a tropical storm one night and you wake up the next morning and it's a Category 3. So rapid intensification. If you remember Dorian and Bahamas, slowing down of the storm and sitting over the place. And that's what's, you know, more of that is in our future. Plus, more occurrences of extreme droughts. So it's this thing of we keep swinging between extremes, you know, multi-year droughts. That's, you know, like we had 2013 to 2016. That's more of that. And of course, more heat waves as well in the future. We're going to see more. If the sea levels are a problem now, we're going to see them higher. And I want you to remember that I told you 3.5 millimeters per year. But by the time we end this century, we'll be seeing up to 0.14 meter.
Sir,
by the time,
I'm wanting to ask a question on that point too.
All right, so by the time we hit 2090s, we're close to 1 meter. Yes, what's your question?
Yes, I don't know. Is this a trend that historical record has proven, or
yes,
that we will have these variation? But also, wouldn't you attribute to that kind of observation as being much more technologically sophisticated means of tracking it? So not that it wasn't happening, but you didn't have the means of tracking it so precise.
You're very right. So remember, if I speak to sea level rise, remember I gave you 2 numbers and I said, if you take it over the long term, it's 1.9 millimeters per year we have seen already. But if you take it since 1993, it doubles. Part of that is because we now have satellite technology that tracks sea level rise. And so we realize that part of it is that we're getting better at detecting it, as well as, of course, part of it is the fact that climate change is not always a linear thing. It's an exponential thing in some areas. And so the rate is increasing, you know, but you're right. You know, the better technology enables better tracking. But what I'm talking about is modeling now, projecting for the future, and we could be up to 1 meter by the end of the year, of the century, sorry. And so you already knew that Jamaica's climate will continue to change. That was the second thing. Up to 3 degrees hotter, 4 degrees, variable, anywhere 20 to 30% drier, more intense extremes, 1 meter sea level rise. If I were to ask you, you knew that Jamaica's climate will continue to change, would you say yes?
Well, change in what way?
The ways I've suggested.
It's always everywhere.
Huh?
I think changes is always everywhere, but change in what way? That's the question I would want to ask. If you could tell me specifically, then I would say, yeah, I know that way to change, but...
Right. So that's what I'm suggesting. I'm telling you 4 specific ways Jamaica's climate is going to continue to change. 1, by the end of this century, going to be 4 degrees hotter than it is now. Anywhere between 1 and 4 degrees hotter than it is now, which comes with everything. Summer as we know it all year round. By the end of this century, we're going to 20% less rain than we have now. By the end of this century, we will, our will be more
Based on some of
intense.
the way I see we be stewards of our environment. This is
Yes.
a must, I believe.
Uh-huh.
If we keep on building and cutting down forests, it's eminent that we are going to have these serious climate change in terms of hot, heat, and extreme rainfall.
All right. I agree with you, and you're heading where I am going. Let finish, then I will get there, and then we will talk about that. But I'm arguing that you knew this already, that it's going to continue to change. And so the question in your mind is, so why am I telling you if I know you know it already? And the reason why I'm telling you is because I want you to notice the nature of the change. The change we are going to see is change that is bigger than the change we have seen already. And that's important, because what it means is that we are heading now not just to an unfamiliar climate, but we're heading into an unprecedented climate. We're going into a climate that we have never lived through before. And that's worrying. Why is it worrying? It's very worrying. So in other words, it's not just that the climate is unfamiliar some of the time, but as we're going on, the climate is going to become unprecedented. It's worrying because it means that we have to change how we plan and do development planning in Jamaica. Because at present, we only factor in the familiar climate we know. But even what we know as familiar now will not exist if we continue in the same way in the future. So we have to plan it differently. Or put it this way, Jamaica's future development is being challenged before our eyes, and climate is a big role in that. It's not just the compromising of our quality of life, no. But it's the kind of society we want to have that is already being challenged by our actions right now. We have sustainable development goals, and you hear about them. We're going to have clean water. We're going to have a healthy society. We're going to have a smart city. We're going to have no poverty. Well, climate is already beginning to erode those. And if we get the kind of unprecedented change that my science modeling is telling me we will get, those development goals are going to be challenged. And you know why I can say this with this kind of confidence? Because unprecedented climate means unprecedented impacts. And we already get a glimpse of that. So we only need to look to the Category 5 hurricanes that are coming through. And when they passed over Bahamas or US Virgin Islands or, you know, parts of the other parts of the Caribbean, Barbuda, the kind of change to the life was unprecedented. It's a setback to your development by a couple of years. Because you now have to go back and rebuild and repopulate and do things. So our development is being challenged by just the climate that is, will not be able to reach our development goals. All right, I'm talking too long. So, but very quickly. So I told you there are 3 things you already know, but I was going to tell you. Thing number 1 was our climate is already changing, meaning we're getting a regime marked by the unfamiliar. And why that's important? Because Jamaica's quality of life is already being compromised. Thing number 2 is a little different. Our climate will keep changing. And why is that important? Because we're heading to a climate regime that will be unprecedented. It's a regime we have not lived through before. So what if we head for that? Our development right across the Caribbean, the goals we say we're going to achieve, they are being challenged, not compromised, but challenged. Last thing, what's the 3rd thing that you already knew that I am telling you? Well, the first is you knew that we're already changing. The second thing is you know that the climate is going to change. Well, the 3rd thing you already knew is that Jamaica's climate demands change. It's a very simple thing. Jamaica's climate demands change. But let me explain what I mean quickly. One, if we don't change, all that is going to happen is that more vulnerable people, places, and things will emerge. So we're already seeing new vulnerable groupings emerge. So you can take, you told me about the beaches, Dump Up Beach. People who had their livelihoods on that beach have now become vulnerable. There are places in Jamaica, the most famous one is the Caribbean Terrace, you know, where people who lived there for years and created their wonderful communities. And after the hurricane, Caribbean Terrace is no more. They are among the new vulnerable. And what I'm saying is that as the climate continues to change, there'll be more and more new vulnerable people, places, and things. Who will be among these new vulnerable? The poor, who are going to have it harder to make an existence in a society where food becomes, you know, scarce, where you have to catch water because water is not so easily available, where standards of living are falling. The elderly, children, anybody who have to work outdoors in this new hotter environment. We don't have to be people. Our biodiversity, you know, things that we treasure will become at risk because the environment in which they need to survive is changing. Our heritage sites, which weren't built for Category 3, Category 5 storms in a row. The future generation is already a vulnerable generation. But you can see it demands change because, boy, more vulnerable people, places, and things are going to emerge. So, you know, we do some of the science we do is the science of agriculture. And one of the maps that I love to, you know, to talk about or show when I have the ability to do so is the change in the places that if I didn't take land type or soil or anything into account, just climate, where would become more favorable for agriculture and where would become less favorable. The map shows that the places that become more favorable are the interior of Jamaica, and the places that become less favorable are all of the coastline period, the places. But you can see the problem with that. The interior of Jamaica is where we have the forestry and the mountains, and if we are going to surrender those to agriculture because they are becoming more favorable due to climate, because that's where the crops will manage, that's a problem. But it don't have to even be just agriculture. You know, we could talk about things like tourism. And if we look on the map and see where will be impacted, and you know, it turns out that if we move to anything like 10 meter, 5 meter, 10 meter sea level rise, or think of the places that are already below that kind of mark, 196 hotels below 10 meter sea level rise will be impacted. 14,202 rooms affected. That's livelihood. That's economic development. And you begin to see the problem. One more quick problem. It's not only that more vulnerable groupings will come out, and that's why climate demands change. If we continue on the path, then we will have a diminishing capacity to cope. And I'm going to just use quickly some climate things of the past. In 2001, Hurricane Michelle passed and it cost us 0.8% of our GDP. We thought, okay, we're going to get a chance to recover. In 2002, we had May-June flood rains, which cost us 0.7% of our GDP. 2003, well, nothing serious happened and we breathed a sigh of relief. So Charlie and Ivan made up for it in 2004. 0.02% and 8% of our GDP. Well, Dennis came along in 2005, and Dennis cost us 1.2% of our GDP. And then Wilma, also in 2005, impacted us. And then Dean in 7, and Gustav in 8, and Nicole in 10, and Sandy in 12. And I have not counted the droughts that came in between. Can you see the point that I'm making? It's not just the magnitude of the change, but it's the recurrent nature of the change. We never get a chance to recover from the last climate event. So the money that we should be spending on education, we're spending it to rebuild. And the money that we should be spending on health, we're spending it to rebuild. And the money that we should be spending on agriculture, we're spending it to rebuild. Because every year we're trying to recover from the last one. We get diminishing capacity for cope. And so climate demands change. And that diminishing capacity to cope is only going to continue into the future. And so if you look on the numbers, the Caribbean using 2004 costs, by 22 billion will need to deal with climate by the 2050s and 46 billion by the 2100 US dollars. And that's an older study now. That doesn't account for some of the rapid change that we have seen. So I think you get the point that I'm trying to make, that you already knew that climate demands change, all right? And it demands change because of the increasing vulnerability. New groups are becoming vulnerable and diminishing capacity to cope. Well, the question is clearly, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because we can't know that and sit and do nothing. And I'm arguing, I can't end on a bad note. We don't have to sit and resign ourselves to this being our future. But to not sit and resign ourselves to this being our future means we're going to we need urgent action now. It's not action for my kids to take or a future government to take. It's urgent action that we need now. Put it another way, Jamaica's future is in our present care. It's what we do with the climate now and our things. And I don't excuse anybody. It's what me and you do personally. It's what our community does. It's what our church does. It's what our parish does. It's what our country does. And clearly, it goes to region and world. So what should we do to end? Well, you know what we have to do? The first thing we have to do is what we call mitigation. And mitigation for us is we have to deal with the thing that's causing the problem. The problem is the greenhouse gases. And so as a country, we can deal with greenhouse gases by dealing with where we get our energy from, by what we do with our waste, by preserving our forests, by looking again at transportation, which Dr. Stevenson told is one of the major forms of climate emitters. But we can deal with it. We can act now by adaptation. If I can sit here and tell you the kind of future we're going to have, and some of it will happen even if we mitigate, because even if we mitigate, we're not going to reduce climate change. We commit ourselves to some amount of climate change. It might not be as bad. And that's why mitigation is important, to give ourselves the best chance. But we're going to get some, and so we need to begin now to plan and to adapt. So we have to change our farming practices. Farming cannot be dependent on rain today and none tomorrow. We have to change how we look on water. And you've talked about building these huge communities. No community should be built without a proper water harvesting system so that when you get rain, you keep it. We have to deal with our coastline, which is vulnerable. I heard you talk about it. And you talk about the water becoming the wall. Well, maybe in some places we have to put up a physical wall. Other places we need to deal with relocation. And then we have to deal with policies and programs and enforcement. You can't let people build in vulnerable regions that are only going to become more vulnerable. But that's a zoning. And then that's a building, putting and enforcing the zoning. But we have to begin to adapt now. And then, of course, education is the third action. So it's not just mitigation, which is trying to reduce it. It's not just adaptation, which is figuring out how to live with it. Live with a reduced form of it, rather. It's also education. That's why, you know, these kind of workshops are important, because you can't go away again and say that you don't know that spreading the word is not important. We have to make sure everybody's convinced and conscious about the issues and convicted that my action makes a difference and your action makes a difference. So I want to quickly end. I heard in the beginning, Ms. Barnaby asked, well, what about Jamaica's policies? You know, what is Jamaica doing? I want to say that our government does have some.
A moment. Go back
Yes.
one slide. Go back to the other slide just for a second.
Yes. You mean where I spoke about mitigation, adaptation, education? Yes? Question? Hello?
Just making a note and I missed a part of it. Go, you can go ahead now.
But I'm sure they will, you know, they will make whatever available. And as I said, I'm drawing from this document, which they are producing in multiple forms so that it's available to all. But anyway, okay, I didn't realize. All right, but I'm ending by saying, you know, I heard Ms. Barnaby make a point about what is Jamaica doing, what's Jamaica's efforts. And spanning a number of years now, you know, even the changes of government, Jamaica has had what is called a climate change division. It's really relatively new, I must say. I can't say it has been around for more than, I don't know how long, maybe 10 years. Dale can correct me if I'm wrong, or if Ms. Barnaby is still on. I'm not sure if she is. And that climate change division is an important division. What's that, Dale?
I think about 8 years, Prof.
Probably 8 years. But it's an important division, you know, and it's important because it's trying to get us to do exactly mitigation, adaptation, and education. Have a hard time. Part of course, the challenge is that every time the government changes, it moves and switches. So in the last administration, not in the last JLP administration, so we're still in the second term. They were on the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Now they're on the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. But they are very important. Before that, when it was the previous PNP, they were on the Ministry of Water, Land, and Environment. You get the point that I'm trying to make. But they are there and they are steady. And they're really pushing this. And I'm going to urge you as associations to really make an effort to link with them, because their battle is tough to try to convince all the arms of government that this is important and that the plans they're making, they need to take climate change into account. You know, and you can see the battle they're facing, but they're really making a valiant effort. Really under-resourced, but a valiant effort. And what do they do? What do they push? They try to make sure climate change is accounted for in our governance mechanisms. So for example, you always hear about Vision 2030. They make sure that in Vision 2030, there's an outcome 14 called high hazard risk reduction, adaptation to climate change. They try to make sure that people don't forget that. And so in their medium-term framework, they are pushing national strategies to climate-proof the economy, to implement activities in tourism and all kind of areas, shoreline protection. So you can see they're trying to push the adaptation agenda. But we have to convince people first. And we have to get people on board so that will come. Another thing that they're really, you know, pushing is what we call the Jamaica climate change policy framework for Jamaica. It grieves me, I must tell you, that we're still at a policy framework and not a climate change policy, but they are trying. All right, because that framework is now going to be that policy when it eventually becomes a policy. But even not as a policy, as a framework, is attempting to create this kind of sustainable institutional mechanism to facilitate development, you know, to make sure climate change is included in development. All right, and so it has those goals. Make sure you integrate climate change across the sectors: water, tourism, agriculture, finance, etc. Make sure you coordinate the national response so that's a mitigation. Make sure we improve communication on climate change. You know, they also look after things like our national determined contributions. That's a big word to say how much greenhouse gas is Jamaica putting out. And they set goals for us. And it is for us now to say, all right, and these goals enable us to participate on the international scene by saying, we are not just talk. You know, we are the most impacted, but we have set goals for ourselves as Jamaica. The last goal says, you know, that we should, the most updated goal says by 2030, we should reduce our greenhouse gases by 25%. You know, but they now have to convince energy and transportation and land use that they play a role. And then they have to convince me and you that we play a role in meeting those targets. And then, of course, right. So I'm giving you some ideas that Jamaica is, in fact, you know, has this wonderful little division that we all need to support and we need to link up with. And they have lots of information available. They're really challenged and resource challenged, you know, person and otherwise, but they're doing a good job, you know. Anyway, I ended. So I told you there were 3 things that you already knew about climate. And all I was going to do was tell you them. The first one, you know, is that, boy, our climate is already changing. Why is that important? Because it means that we're already living through a new era marked by unfamiliarity. And in that era of unfamiliarity, Jamaica's quality of life is being compromised. The second one is that you already knew, is that our climate will keep changing. Why is that important? Why did I tell you? Because we're going into a climate that will be marked by unprecedented climate that we have not lived through. And in that kind of climate, Jamaica's development is being challenged. Challenged is a word I want you to remember there. But the third thing you knew already that I'm telling you again is that our climate demands change. And why is that important? It is very important because what I am saying is we all need to play a part in encouraging a new climate awareness marked by urgent action. Or what I think I told you, Jamaica's future is in our present care. So what we do about climate now is going to make a significant impact on our future. Remember, everything I told you came from the state of the Jamaica climate. But boy, thank you for giving me the chance to talk. I'll take any discussion. I'll ask Dale to manage the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. A very, very enlightening presentation. And just to say that, yes, you're right, we'll definitely make both the presentations available to all the participants, and the session itself is being recorded as well. So for those who might not be able to see the slides or visually challenged, we'll actually make the narrative available. So thanks very much for that, Prof. Any other intervention, any questions, comments that anybody wants to ask? You can do so now.
I apologize for running over my time, Sir Dale.
No, Prof. No, Prof. That is fine. It was quite stimulating. Everybody seemed to have asked all the questions that they wanted to ask, Prof. While you were presenting, it was so riveting, I suppose. So what we have is something that Dr. Kim is going to take us through, Prof. We try to put together something that we think could capture from the audience what, having heard all that we have said this morning so far about what's happening where climate change is concerned, what can we do at their level, something that can be informed by them to address some of the concerns that have been raised. So Dr. Kim has just a couple of slides that we want to engage everybody in. And if we could do that in just a couple of minutes, and after that, we'll pretty much have just a quick presentation of a product that we're working on, and then we will wrap, and then that will be it. So Dr. Kim, thanks again, Prof. Really appreciate it, Prof. I know you're busy, so really thank you so very much. And And if you have any other comments, you can also post it in the chat as well. Really appreciate it. Dr. Kim, over to you, Dr. Kim.
All right, thank you. So to assimilate all of what Prof was saying, as Dale mentioned, we'd like to have a discussion with you on what you think are the most impactful climate variables in terms of the communities that you work with, in terms of the disabled community, and what you think we could possibly do about a lot of these issues. So skipping right ahead then, we are going to need a lot of interaction from you and a lot of your comments, but I noticed that those of you who are participating now don't have any problem with interacting, so this should be fine. So the first thing that we want to ask is, what are the 3 major climate variables that you think are most important to persons with disabilities in their communities, and why are they important? So we're not talking necessarily about impacts yet, we will get to that, but just generally in everyday life, what do you think are the three most important climate variables then impacting persons with disabilities in their communities? Anybody? Any ideas? We need to hear from you on this bit. This isn't, we're not going to be telling you things at this point. You're going to be teaching us.
Yeah, process in a second.
Oh, you're processing. Okay, no problem.
Okay, no problem. Anybody else?
Well, my immediate response is, just thinking about is that, I mean, the same things that affect other persons, those are the same things that are going to affect us. I don't know if there's specific issues. I'm looking for, in terms of some of us, I'm looking, for example, at the issue of sea level rise, and looking at how it might affect where people live. I think for many persons with disabilities, transportation is a big issue, because it tends to be getting from place to place. And I'm thinking that since most of us live closer to sea level than up in the hills, then sea level change is going to affect us a lot. It might affect, for example, the roadways, and when you have damage to roadways on sidewalks, for example, it affects those persons who have to use a wheelchair. It affects persons who are blind, because of the danger of falling into craters, etc. So I mean, I don't know. I'm putting those thoughts out there. I don't know that of any specific 3 that I would say that would have impact us more than it would impact other persons.
Well, that's totally fine. We understand that the same variables will affect pretty much everyone, but I think the reason for importance is the critical component here. So, for example, sea level rise, it is important for us to know that, especially with the damage to the roadways and the sidewalks and so on, how it would affect the everyday lives of persons with disabilities specifically. So we still want to know, even if it's the same variables that affect everyone, we still want to know how they would affect specifically the disabled community. So we started on sea level rise. Does anyone else have any ideas on why sea level rise is important to the disabled community as well? We've discussed transportation, especially. Any other points on that?
In a way, somewhat it may affect our like food security too. In the sense, somewhat even with the cost, the new cost that will be associated with it, due to the risk of persons doing fishing and all of those things. Even transporting transporting it add to the cost and so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's true. The cost and availability.
True. And of course, you made an excellent point. Once you have sea level rise, you tend to have saline intrusion into agricultural lands, and certainly that affects the quality of the water, and therefore it can also have negative impacts on your food availability. So that's an excellent point.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Kim, if I could ask, so colleagues, what about hurricanes? Is hurricane a major concern or severe events a major concern for disabled community, and if so, why?
Well, that is a huge one, because even your infrastructure as in housing and security during that time. In our country, we don't really, we are not prepared for some of these things, like developed countries that have underground bunkers or room below houses and stuff like that. And then in our occasion with the water, that hurricane brings, then that's another issue. And moving around, the slide has disappeared, sorry. And then the whole
Sorry,
point,
yeah.
the whole point of moving around. I mean, over the years, we had heard about the government providing communication equipment, as in like CB radios, and we were trying, as a group, we were trying to get on board with that, where we could get some of them and put them strategically with members in the specific outline areas where we could keep in contact while with each other, while that person would keep in contact with the persons are close to them, so we could keep each informed on what's going on with person with disability and during these times.
Hurricane is a big issue as well, because of the fact that many persons who are disabled are sometimes have limited mobility, and it affects a number of things, including the ability to prepare for the hurricane, to prepare your do what you need to do, for example, prepare to secure your housing, etc., to acquire stocks, so that would be a big issue. Also, we have to look at how the messages are communicated, and whether it is communicated in a way that all the members of the disability community can know what is going on. For example, whether the information about the hurricane is, for example, transmitted in a way that by text, for example, so that persons who are deaf or hearing impaired have access to that information. So that's and even, for example, possibly to being able to get from their homes to shelters as well. So that would be a big issue.
I was gonna touch on that. Even the relocating is also an issue for somebody like me who was shot and injured and now a paraplegic. Relocating means that preparation would be a twofold thing, because I have special things that I need that are not food, that I have to take with me, plus that food issue. So it's a double preparation, sorry, for somebody like me, plus my wheelchair and all of that. And most times we choose to remain where we are and hope that somebody will check on us. But
oh no.
For that reason.
Okay. I wanted to ask about that, because I wanted to find out, when you hear that a hurricane is coming, who helps you to batten down your place and to get prepared and to go and buy supplies for you at the supermarket? Who does that?
Well, for me, I'm very active God be praised. So I'm able to go out and do that.
Mm.
And get the stuff, but then you have to depend on friends and family, and hopefully they are not too busy doing their own to come and help you.
I heard somebody is coming in. Thanks for that. I heard somebody is coming in. Who was that?
Me. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, man, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. All right. Disability is very wide, which I'm sure you're pretty much aware of that, right? Now, let's
Yes.
look on artistic. Are those persons who have autism, are
Yes.
those who are somewhat mental, are those who may have Down syndrome, because all of those variation of persons with disability
True.
differs. Even a person who is low vision, not able to see everything 20/20 as other persons, as Mr. East and Mr. Harris rightfully said, there is a level of preparation that needs to be done. And what is imperative to all of us in the disabled community is the unique means of communication, so we are all able to get the same message in its clarity, because sometimes there are words or jargons that may be used that we may not necessarily understand the terminology, but if it is breakdown enough to simply say, all right, we're having an hurricane and we think it's going up to a category 5, and then the accessibility of the facility that we may need to relocate to may also be a factor. And oftentimes, truth to be told, we're normally left on our own to be able to get ourselves there. And it depends on what's happening on the ground and where we live in terms of geographical location. So let's say some of us who live beside the sea or beside the river, you know, as Mr. East said, sometimes we would rather try to tough it out. It's not that we really want to stay there, but it's because we're not getting the necessary help and certain kind of support system or mechanism that is not necessarily put in place, because you don't want someone carried to a location where there's nobody there to communicate with you. So let's say the persons who are in charge of the facility, I am not able to hear, so I need somebody to sign to me, and I live alone. No, when I
Right.
get there, I can't communicate with him, he can't communicate with me. What is going to happen? And I need to take my
Oh,
medication by a certain time.
right.
So there's some training that needs to be done to be able to best facilitate all of us in different ways, one way or another.
Okay. Excellent. Let me ask you a question. How many of the shelters are equipped with like slides and ramps for persons with disabilities in general?
That's a very, very good question. And the truth is, I don't think any of us know. But what we can safely say is that most of the time they tend to use the school and they will use the lower classes. And it depends on where the schools are somewhat located. So it's just based upon that. Or some churches, or if there's a an appropriate community center. That's really how they may go about it. But
Okay.
honestly, I think they're more prepared for the able body than they're
Yes.
more prepared for us.
Okay. All right. Good points. Good points. Okay. So Dr. Kim had asked for 3. So let me help out with this one, and you could tell me which of the 2. So if you had significant rainfall or you had really high temperatures, which one would present a greater challenge for you? Would it be the rainfall or would it be the temperature?
For me, go ahead, Mr. East.
That would actually depends on your health and your location.
Okay.
For instance,
right,
because of my injury, I'm susceptible to heat.
Oh.
So because of if my body get too hot, whatever I'm doing, I have to find somewhere lie down flat on my back to get my breathing back in control.
Oh, okay.
On the flip side, if you're living in an area where a lot of rainfall would bring cool and you're asthmatic, that's another thing. there's also the fact of flooding. For me, for someone like me who use a wheelchair, if the place is inundated, then that's a no-no for me going there.
Okay.
So, but then again, there's the flip side. The other flip side of if you're in a location where it is being flooded, what then you're both up against both a wall, both a wall and a tough place, because then you will have to leave. But how are you going to leave?
Yes. Yes. Good point. Good point. Very good point.
Right. As you hear, it really varies and it depends on the persons and the disability and the support that you might be able to be given at that particular time. Because even if we should go to another extreme and had another natural disaster, let me say earthquake, no, that would be another thing altogether by itself. So while we may contend with the drought in terms of the heat, and we may contend with the rain when it falls, I mean, each of them, truth to be told, it really varies, and it's just us as individual, our caregivers, our support, has to do what we have to do in terms of what I call survival.
Okay.
That's really what it boils down to.
Okay, good point. Good point. All right, good. No problem. Yes, Prof. We realize that you have to go. We understand. All right, Dr. Kim, can you go to the next slide? I think we have probably enough on this one.
Right, so our next factor was looking at 3 future impacts, and from the previous presentation that Prof made, and we wanted to find out how would our current knowledge of future climate impacts guide short and long-term planning for the disabled community. So if you could just identify a few of but from what you're describing so far, I think we've already kind of started this conversation. But depending on the impacts that we've discussed already, what do you think would need to be contributed to, say, an adaptation action plan that was specific to the disabled community? So I guess touching on the factors that we've mentioned, like impacts of sea level rise, for example, how could we address that? How could we address sea level rise? How could we address adaptation of the disabled community to rising sea levels?
All right, for one, I think the main thing is housing. If a person live in areas where that lessens that impact on their livelihood. I mean, person with disability, but persons in general, but mainly disabilities. Then they're disenfranchised, or the impact of their having to be relocated or anything like that, which is normally more difficult than an able-bodied person, would be less.
So you're suggesting, you would suggest that having them live in areas that are not as prone to flooding?
My point, not only flooding, but even the the hurricane. We can't control hurricane, but at least lessen the impact that high winds are the rainfall would have on them. Yes.
Okay.
But say a person's applying for a house, choose here let them choose area or lands where it limits the impact, the severity of the impact on them.
So in that regard, we would have to have some kind of policy that preference is given to persons with disabilities to get those kind of priority treatment then in that regard. Because since everybody apply, you try to ensure if in the application you list that you have a disability, then you get some kind of preference for an area that is not as vulnerable. Am I correct?
Yes, that is right. Because
okay, excellent.
But I think I keep pointing out to persons, these fires in California, pointing out to people, look at it. Every year, these people get burned out. But they also same place, they get burned out again.
Yes.
Those are the things we need to learn from and not follow in the same footsteps.
Yes, good. Very good point.
Right. But question, right? If we should play a daredevil here, what about if they have nowhere else to go? I mean, because the truth to be told, we know Jamaica small, and not many of us may prefer the country area. Some of us may have preference at the town because of the accessibility of whether the hospital, whether the school, whether a certain place that we do business, versus if we're in the country or the real rural where you do not have certain things or certain facility or agencies for you to be able to get certain kind of help or support. What do I mean? I'm not implying that these persons should continue to go back and live at the same place and them keep getting the same reaction. But the truth to be told, this is Jamaica, and a lot of us really don't know where to go and what to do, and we probably don't even have the funds, and the government don't necessarily put certain things in place to a level to facilitate all of us as persons with the various disability. Even up to this day, we still have the bill that is still not complete, and we're hoping that that may come to some fusion so certain things can comes out and we can get certain kind of help.
Yeah, well, Robert, that's a good point. One of the things that, well, there are three basic approaches to addressing sea level rise. We always call it.
One second. Hold your thought. Don't let it go. Let me touch Robert. Robert, one of the things you must remember, all of what you describe is the old norm. Remember Prof said, the new demands and climate change and the adaptation. That's what we work on now, not the old.
Okay.
Good intervention. One of the things is three things. They call it the ACP. The ARP. In regards to addressing climate change. One, you accommodate. So the accommodation meaning you either live on stilts or you in some communities and in some areas around the world, you say, okay, the ground floor, we give the ground floor for knowing that we can't live on the ground floor. That's one way. Another way is to retreat, which is what Robert was suggesting, is moving to another area. And the other option is protection, which you have your shoreline protection or seawalls and so on. So those are three options that people generally use.
Right.
What was the last one?
Protection.
Yes.
Shoreline protection, like
yeah,
and so on.
Got it, thanks.
So we've discussed retreat to some extent. What about the other two options that he mentioned? So, well, shoreline protection would be more general to everyone, but if we were to start raising our houses, putting them on stilts and so on, would that be a viable option as well for, we understand that disabilities vary and not everyone is going to need the same things or not everyone is going to be affected by the same things, but do you think that would be a feasible option for those with disabilities already living in risky areas?
Well, it might be a challenge in terms of because if the houses are elevated, then you'd have to ensure that for example, the individual with a wheelchair would have an opportunity to get there. And I presume if some kind of ramp or so can be put in, then it would be more expensive, I guess, for those to be implemented.
Okay.
I was about to say throwing a boat at the same time.
Sorry, repeat that?
I was about to say throwing a boat at the same time. The transportation.
Everybody gets a boat. I'm going to add that.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
do you find that, sorry. Yes, Dale, we were just talking about the second option that you mentioned, raising the houses or putting them on stilts. And the idea came about that we would need to ensure that those houses now have ramps or other structures built in so that everyone can access.
Okay.
and maybe everybody should get a boat.
All right, good.
I think we could move on to hurricanes now then.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I see we are losing people, so we'd love to get to the final part before we lose everybody.
So how do you think we could adapt to hurricanes specifically for the disabled community?
This might, as I Mr. Right, expensive up there, so this might be another expensive one where we could use like the community centers or whatever and build a section. We'd have to identify the number of persons, and then we'd have to add the elderly in it to get more impact, and build a specific room that is bunker proof, like a bunker.
This is the number for the office at Central Village.
So what? Even if the rest of the building in a normal construction should get damaged, then at least that room would be safe for extreme weather like that.
Okay. What about, so we were discussing quite a few of these adaptation strategies earlier. The fact that we would need more appropriate communication, more appropriate resources. What about getting access to a lot of the resources that you need, like your medication, food availability, and so on? What could be put in place? What kind of system do you think could be put in place to help to make that smoother during hurricanes?
Well, I mean, if we have a bunker, we have food. Well, it's kind of tough because our stuff don't expiry date for stuff is getting shorter and shorter these days. So it would take a lot of monitoring. So like certain storage, like for the food stuff, and long-term storage would have been good for medication and so.
Okay.
Yeah, like for medication and so, I think that would normally be left up to the individual, and if we can identify persons in charge who can say, okay, we have these list of persons, let's monitor them. We are going to have a extreme weather occasion. Let's monitor them and make sure they have everything. So when we go for them, then we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Okay. So again, it comes down to more information, really.
Yes. So and in all of these places, a list should be there of all the persons in the area, both the elderly and the disabled, so they know, okay, this is who we have to sort out, know where they are, get them here first. Even, get their place secured, because that is one thing. The elderly and disabled won't leave their place unless they are sure it's secured. And then to get them there first, make them just educate them. You first have to get here, because it's harder to monitor you with the rest of persons that we have to deal with. So get them there first,
okay,
and get those things sorted out. Get them comfortable. So at the end of the day, when everybody's are coming, you have to be making way and trying to cut space and all of that. It's already done.
Okay, so have measures in place from the beginning. You were talking about communication earlier. Talking about needing radios and other communication devices. Is there an awareness system currently in place for the disabled community in especially smaller communities? Is there any kind of I know that we're still kind of developing early warning systems for pretty much everyone on hurricanes when they're approaching, when heat waves are approaching, all of that. We don't really have a system in place generally yet. But do you have anything in place for communicating to persons with disabilities when hurricanes are coming, or when these weird weather patterns are approaching? Do you have any kind of system where there's a specific institution that gets a call and they're responsible for notifying people in the community or do your institutions have any kind of contact list in place where there are specific people you know of within particular communities who are particularly vulnerable, who you would have to call them, check up on them, find out if they're prepared, all of that? Is any kind of any such kind of communication system currently in place?
Well, for us as a group, we have several WhatsApp groups that we use. So once we hear anything, Robert is really the person who does most of that. But yeah, we all do it. Once Robert pick up anything or any of us pick it up, we put it in a group and then it is disseminated by whoever we know, and we develop with cards if we don't see any response from a certain person or whatever. So that's what we do as a group, but no one disseminate information to us unless we pick it up ourselves, really. That's how it works for the more part. Robert, you can jump.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Also, we go through agencies such as the Parish Council, who has what you call a disaster team. And with the team, with the theme that is there, we try to keep a communication open, because so to be cool, geographically, even though we're in the West, you don't have persons with disability really live one place. We kind of live in different communities, and in the different communities, there are different sensors that are used. So what we normally do, once we get, if there's something coming up and we're aware of it, let's say an hurricane coming within another 2 days, then there's certain bulletin that normally comes from the Office of the Disaster Preparedness Group. And then once we get that, so persons who live in certain community, we tell them exactly where to go or where to find the sensor or the location that will actually be able for them to go to get the necessary help and whatever else needs to be done. And then we communicate with the shelter manager so we can brief them as to the type of disability or the persons in the area with certain type of disability and how they need to treat them and make sure they have the necessary help and support if their caregivers are not necessarily around.
Okay.
But and the communication equipment that we heard, I think it's through Parish Council, we heard they had some CB radio that was supposed to be issued that are they used to issue. All right, CB radios don't use a lot of current per se, and it is not like a phone that you have to charge every minute. Once you have a 12-volt battery and a solar panel, you're good to go. So we've been for quite a few years, we've been trying to find out who exactly deals with these things. Because for me, I am 15 miles out of Mobile. Mr. Burchell is actually in Garland. That's another 20 odd, probably 30 odd mile away in another direction. And we have persons all over. So if we are able to get equipment like that, then we can create a grid and keep in touch with and lock everyone in, and then we could get people to move around to see, okay, who is how is this person? We're not hearing from this person. What's up with that? And keep in touch and keep everybody informed and safe.
Okay, that's fair.
And I just want to add, I mean, for the Jamaica Society for the Blind, it's not that there's a specific system in place, but I mean, we do, any information we do get, as they alluded to before, Robert and Andrew, there are WhatsApp, different groups that we have. We do emailing and we do network information out. And the network also brings back information to us. So if there are people having issues, then we would then contact agencies to see how best we could get help for any of our community members. So it's not necessarily a system in place, but we do definitely try to keep our community educated. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. And for our final topic that we had mentioned, temperature and rainfall, we had said that was specific, that the specific issues would be determined by what specific disabilities each individual would have. But what are some of the adaptation mechanisms that you think we could put in place for any of you, any of your specific needs with regards to temperature and rainfall, whether that be because of flooding, droughts, heat waves, cold spells, whatever it may be.
For temperature in
anything you can think of?
For temperature in my regards, if it's going to be hot, then just prepare to do less and stay one place, because as long as you're not exerting effort, then energy burn less and you have a cooler temperature, and just hydrate.
Okay.
Sorry. No, I was just saying for rainfall and the fact that we brought up the fact that rainfall, creates these craters in the roads, and the sidewalks get more, dug up and so on. For visually impaired persons, that's a challenge. Where there are water spots and so on, you have to use your cane trying to figure out where to walk. And of course, you can get severely that you can fall if there are areas that you're walking and you weren't prepared for that area to be broken away. So maybe, if there are significant impacts to any roadway, sidewalk areas, where persons need to walk, there's especially, we got information the other day from one of our clients. He was walking and almost walked into, this is an area he normally traverses, and there was this big hole and he almost went into it, almost fell into it. It was luckily two persons, held him back. So, if there are issues like that, if there are breakaways, it has to be information that is transmitted to us so that we can definitely send it out and say, look, blind persons, this is here, you might not see it, be careful when you walk in this particular area, just so that we can get the information out to our community immediately.
Okay, good point.
As a matter of fact, I should mention that because it affects persons with disability, persons who use a wheelchair too. Because if we are going to go there and the road is inundated and the water is there stagnant, you can pick up germs, it go mess you up. I mean, pushing a wheelchair through it and all of that. If you go to the sidewalk and it have a hole in it, it's the same problem. So it limits us. It start limiting us again to traverse the public infrastructure, and
okay,
yeah, it's a tough thing because we are faced with all these things and it's there. I mean, we cannot stop some of it because it's nature, but if we can figure out, for instance, they are making motor vehicle now that can identify potholes. If we could get some of those technologies that could use as a warning, where you put it on a sign, put up the sign and it detect motion. I mean, everybody using solar power now. So set up a liquid solar and it does warn you. It can verbal and audio. Well, for the blind, for the deaf, they can still see, but something, I'll blinking light to catch their attention so they pay attention to what's happening. These are things that we use.
Okay. Yeah, and also and goes back to transport, as he was saying, because you don't want to be in the rain, dirty water splashing up. It goes back to transportation. If we know that in Kingston, I don't know what happens in Mobay, Robert and Andrew, but I know there's a system that transports persons with disabilities, and the JUTC have these buses that can accommodate persons with wheelchairs, but I don't think that I don't know how often they run, and I don't know if they're very reliable and so on. So we need to look on, because if we're going to be vulnerable and these things are going to, you're going to have more extreme kind of hurricanes and rainfall, then we have to look at, transportation for persons with disabilities and how it's improved and made reliable.
Because that is an issue. In the rural, it's not like Kingston where everything is nearby. Not saying that you guys have our privilege. But because the rural isn't outlined, more wide, it's more wide areas and distances. So the point is a personal transportation would have been more appropriate, but the expense that goes with that, and there's no subsidies or anything to alleviate some of that. So yeah, we have to depend on public charters and stuff like that, which is work out much more expensive. And
Okay.
Sorry, can I jump in again? I also wanted to add, sorry, because he just pointed out that it becomes expensive. I was thinking on a whole, this whole climate change thing in general, one of the general impacts is the fact that persons' pockets will be impacted. That's the general population. It becomes even worse for persons with disabilities. We're already a vulnerable group, and we become more vulnerable because of that. Because you know, some persons may do little jobs that you may be out, and you can't be out as long because if the heat is going to be as bad, or you know, if you know, sea levels start to affect your housing and you're going to have to move and all of that. Persons with disabilities already have a challenge with income generation. So all of that goes back to financing and problems with you know, money. So I don't know, probably look at probably incentives more for persons with disability. When I say incentives, helping persons to get through these challenges, those of us who do not work or do not do much work, much income generation.
I support that, Tamika, because the truth to be told, and this is where the document would come in and the government would comes in, if they would allow the disability bill to be approved, so certain things can be put in place as a third world nation, so persons with disability can get stipends and other benefit that is already in existence. So that way we have something to work with and to be able to move us to a level of independence where we have our own and we can create what we call a better support system in every way.
For me, because of how the society is and where we are moving to right now, I think if the government or those in charge would upgrade the level of grant to start like an entrepreneurial business, and give us that the departments or the organization, help from the organization who can help us set it up properly so it can be successful. Because as we know, when you set up a new business, you have a 5-year period. The first 5 years is the most difficult, especially the 5th year. Once you get over that hurdle, then it starts to get a little easier. But yeah, if they can upgrade the level of grant and support that we can get in these venture, we'd have a better chance. So they won't have to be worrying about, okay, this person need to go here to work, and we need to make this place accessible. The place accessible for them to function. Give them the opportunity to do it from where they are, or a location that they can set up. Because even a group like us, if we get a good grant where we can set up a business that we can employ persons with disability to work in that environment where we understand and we know and we control, with monitoring from them to make sure that we are complying to their policies, then it would make it a little better, and persons would be less dependent on stipend and government outreach like PATH and those things.
Agreed. Skills development, helping us to do business. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I touch the issue again of communication, because and you know, the system of early warning systems that we put in place, because one of the issues for me is that where possible, we should try to, whatever system that is being put in place, we should try to ensure that that system can cater for everybody, so it meets it meets all the needs. For example, if you have a early warning system, it should, for example, be both maybe audio and visual, so that you know, it meets the different needs. It tends to be cheaper, you know, to put these things in place in a universal way than to put in a system and then you have to go back and put in a special system for the deaf and a special system for the blind. So just to say, you know, that when we're planning, we need to bear that in mind, and where possible, where if it's at all possible, then whatever system is being put in place for the population should be inclusive.
Okay.
Dr. Kim?
Yes, Dr. Dale.
In that regard, I wanted to ask the members a question, if I may. Okay, so there has been a suggestion that in some cases for members of the community that have visual impairment, that Braille is no longer as popular. How effective is Braille in the blind community? Can anybody say? I mean, is it still used? Is it still used?
All right, Braille is very useful, and it's a good means of communication. The fact is that in terms of reach, you probably would reach more blind or visually impaired persons using electronic and audio methods than you would reach using Braille, right? Having said that, no, you also do have to look at the kind of information that you're providing, and you know, for example, let's say you're providing information with, you know, list of phone numbers, addresses, and stuff like
Yes.
that. Then
Yes.
for me personally, it would be easier for me to navigate that information if I had it in Braille, knowing that, you know, that I can read Braille. I would much rather to have that information in Braille. It makes it easier to find the numbers that I want. If I'm using audio, unless you find a way to develop a special system, it would be much harder to find information that I want. But so that is why I'm saying that, you know, Braille is a very useful method of communication. However, it's a small number of persons who actually read Braille. Most persons who are blind might not read Braille. There are a number of reasons for it. But one main one is that, you know, in terms of the population of blind persons, most of persons who are blind tend to be older persons, and you know, if they got blind, you know, they got blind later in life, right? And many of them might not choose to or want to learn Braille at that point. So as I say, audio might be different. Electronic means, you know, it's an excellent way for those persons who have access to computers and smartphones. And, you know, while we don't have a full penetration yet, you know, we have the numbers of persons who are having access to that is increasing. As I say, unfortunately, we still do have many persons who don't know to navigate through that, you know, those devices.
Yes, I appreciate that information. Thanks so very much. Okay, I know we have gone beyond the time. I know Dr. Kim was just trying to get. We had one more thing that we wanted to drill down on. Dr. Kim, do you think that we could ask in that last slide, just in case anybody had? I mean, there were some excellent suggestions about things that could be done. Dr. Kim, I was wondering if we put up that last slide there, if you, let us say you were asked to give us one project idea that we could present on your behalf to say, here's something from the disabled community that they would like to do. What would that be? If you can't give us the full objective and the whole works, but What would that be? I heard Robert and I heard Andrew and others mentioning, and Tashika also mentioning some of the things about providing funds for entrepreneurial opportunities and so on. But if you had to give one, if you had to narrow it down to one, can you tell us which one you would choose? If we could have a some kind of consensus.
Funding is very essential to the disabled community
Hold
at
on, Robert.
large.
Sorry, Irene is down like crazy, so I had to run and shut up just now. So I don't know what I've missed.
Okay, no, we're just asking if you had to name one initiative, say you were given an opportunity to name one project, right, that you would love to see that could be done right now to help the disabled community, and you had to name that one project, what would that one project be?
In regards to employment?
In regards to anything, helping you guys to cope with the adverse impacts of climate change. What if you had to name one project intervention, what would that be?
Go ahead, Robert.
Well, as I said, funding is very imperative to the disabled community because many of us have to depend on friends, well-wishers, and other means. And one of the problems that we have encountered as we try to apply for project, it has, my wording, my opinion, it has some unnecessary stipulation that may not necessarily comply with the disabled community. And sometimes we wish if those who are offering the project could consult with us, then we could better guide them as to what is best workable for us before they set certain rules and regulation. So,
okay, so all right, so here's some kind of grant initiative. Okay, but what would that grant be centered around? Can you say, would it be towards building resilience? Would it be more geared towards providing some kind of funding for climate resilient business? You know what I'm saying? If it were, what kind of fund would you want?
You want to take that, Andrew? All right. In terms of funding, and if we should get funding.
Robert.
Yeah.
I think the question is, what could we what kind of project we could implement that would offset and help with the independence of our members? Is that a question?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Robert, go ahead.
No, you can't go ahead because I was calling on you to continue that as you have said something before prior to that. You can't
the thing is, because of the variant, the limit, the level of variance. I mean, because of even with the new norm now, there's no one project that we could come up with per se, because nothing in when we look at the climate now, not that the climate as in weather, but climate, business climate, you realize that everything is things are just for a time, and not everything. What is that word? Not most things don't continue for any extended period, so you have to learn to pivot to new things. So you'd have to set an infrastructure that can to do multiple things.
Okay, I heard, all right, not to pull on the thing, but I heard Robert saying that the Disability Act should be something that we should really advocate for. Am I correct, Robert? You were saying that would help significantly, yes?
Yes, that is correct. Because like in the state, as many persons are aware, you have where you get a stipend through the system, and that can go towards different things. It can go towards education, it can go towards housing, it can go towards medication, employment, raising your families and all of that. So that would have been a plus for the disabled community.
Dale, you still there?
Yeah, no,
Emma,
we took the point that they were also making about the special considerations for the grants application in general.
Mm-hmm.
All right. For instance, even with the new system where the plastic bags are outlawed and stuff, we had a project where that we could make bags, but then you have other persons coming in. So when the market is saturated, we would have to turn to other things. I mean, this one would have to take some more time to think about. But yeah, there are many ideas just to choose how to put that, to string them together, that one infrastructure and one grant can use, can set up an say a business that can produce multiple products.
Have you had other experiences like that in the past where your community has tried to put forward a new business idea and the market gets saturated with similar things?
Repeat that, it's raining very hard. Repeat that.
Sorry, have you had other experiences like that in the past where you've brought forward a business idea and it got hindered by other people pretty much bringing in the same idea? Like the bag situation you just mentioned?
Yes and no. Most of them is too much. Most of them is like too much red tape. For instance, the whole bamboo board and processing and stuff like that. When I came to the system, I think Robert had that idea on the table, but it never materialized because of funding.
Okay, so it boils back down to funding again then.
Yeah, it comes down to that.
Yes. Well, I know that there's some effort being made now to look at the disabled community in a meaningful way. The provision of climate information is one of those initiatives, and the idea behind it is that we have to find ways to reach out to the community, and so we really appreciate the feedback that you have given us, the time that you have taken. We know that it's challenging with the rain coming on and all that, and it's still many stuck with us. So we want to thank you very much for that. Dr. Kim, you think we have enough? I think so.
I think so, yes. We do have quite a lot.
Okay, great. Okay, all right. Just
sorry, I was just waiting to bring back the communication issue and to say that probably a project that would allow easy communication to persons with disability might be a good thing to explore. But of course.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, right, Dr. Kim?
Yes, I have noted it.
About that, just remember, when certain things comes up, the network that we use for our cell phone and stuff will go down.
Yes.
That's part of the reason why the CB radio is so much better. Once you have a pole and a radio and power, and once there's other persons who have the same, then you can talk. It's not, that's all the limits to it. You have to, once you have power, you can set up your own pole and you're connected and you're good to go. So
and you were saying that it charged on it lasts a longer time, right?
Yeah, because it's 12 volts with a 12-volt battery. And if you have a simple 12-volt solar panel, the smallest one that can charge the battery, you're good. there's no issue. Once you have light, daylight, you're good.
Right, and to reiterate that, this is also used in the in transportation. So even to get onto the police frequency, the army frequency, the airport, because other entities still uses it. It's just a different band.
Robert, don't put it out there like that. You better say emergency frequency bars. Don't put police and soldier out there, please.
Right. So for emergencies, like, you know, right, the emergency frequencies that we may have to go on, if in case we need to garner any kind of help, depending on the situation, then we have that access of communication that we can use. And as we said, if you have a family member who have their own transport, they can have their own also in their vehicle, and you could communicate with them. So that's a very good means of communication, effective enough that we are able to get through to wherever we need to get through, even local and international, because this is used all around the world.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for that, guys. I appreciate it. All right. So in the last 2 minutes, really, I just want to share something really quick with you. We had Dr. Leila Bramwell. Leila on the line. Unfortunately, light just went in her ear because of the heavy rains and so on, and so she's unable to make this presentation. But just to give you a very quick thing, one of the things that we're trying to do is to, through the School of Education, the Climate Studies Group, and others, is to put together a handbook on climate change, and this is especially targeting our children. Now, what I wanted to do is to put on your disability lens and tell me what would you like us to do in order to make it relevant to them as well, because we know that those children also have special needs. The idea being is that we put climate change in a very simple context, in a simple way that kids can understand. All right. So we have a number of characters in it, that children can relate to. Simple definitions that are actually used to explain the term climate change. It has 5 units. So unit 1 looks at an overview of the science of living things. Unit 2 talks about why the Earth's climate is changing, and Prof. Taylor gave us an excellent presentation on that. We've actually broken that down into language that the kids can understand. Then we look at what's been the trend of the changing climate. We talk about the past and the future effects of climate, and how can humans work on reducing the effects of climate change. All right, so that'll be basic 5 units. To give you an example, for example, we have a number of different activities that are articulated in the book. So we look at things where the students can observe the school compound or the surrounding and identify different types of waste. For example, we have, they can also have activities where they use different devices to capture pictures of waste, to classify waste, and to print pictures and so on in their scrapbook. But there are other things that we also do. For example, look at this very simple, dialogue between a boy and his mom. They are having a discussion about whether they should take the raincoat today. But because of the uncertainty regarding, what is going to happen, mom is not sure. And so the son said, well, mommy, I see. And so mom says, okay, pack your raincoat. And the question then is this an example of a climate event or a weather event? I'm sure by now everybody would scream it's a weather event, right? But of course it gets across the message of the uncertainty and the unfamiliarity with what we're dealing with now, in an easy to understand format for the children, all right? And of course we have other things, questions that what we can do regarding climate. Is it something that we can understand? Can we understand the causes? And we have a number of things in the book. We have like puzzles and quizzes and so on. My question is, considering the younger cohort of the disabled community, do you think that this is a book that would be useful to them if you could get it in a format that they can use? And would that format be narration, for example? You can let me know.
Yes. In somewhat I noticed they're more gravitated to audio visual. Like if it's a video, they get it quicker than if it's words.
Okay.
Yeah. That's one thing I know. And the more animated it is, well, none of them is very intelligent these days, but the more animated it is, the better.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I reiterate.
Just to say that in terms of if it's a book, if the well, it's probably be good that the pictures are maybe briefly described for if especially if it's important for the text for persons who are not able to see at all. And of course, I presume if you have it in print, you'd probably have large print versions as well.
Okay.
Also, the exercises that you put in, I think, you'd want to, if possible, make sure that the exercises can be, or there are options that can be done, for example, by different persons, for example, blind persons there, make sure that it is inclusive. So you may have an exercise that is purely visual, but you might want to add an alternative, which could be done by somebody who is who is not able to see, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. Much appreciated. Okay, colleagues, we're nearly, Dr. Kim, nearly an hour over time, and you have stayed with us. I want to thank you so very, very much for the feedback. You really have made our day. We have learned a lot from you. We trust that you have found it even mildly useful for you being here. We really do appreciate the time and effort that you actually take. This is not going to be the end of our interaction, but the beginning of the end, and the real interaction will commence. We'll keep you updated, informed. We learned quite a bit today from the different presentations talking about what the project is all about. We went through what are the climate basics, why the climate is changing, how it is changing, and what is changing about it from Dr. Stevens. So we also had in that presentation 6 manifestations of change. We went through that. We had a little exercise on Are You Climate Smart? Many of you, I'm sure, from the interactions did very well. So we want to commend you on that. And then Prof gave us a nice historical and future picture of what climate is doing. So that really is very useful. Let's say most of the information is in the State of the Climate Jamaica, and we're making at least a summary available in Braille and also in narration as well. So that is something that will be had, and the narration will be accompanied hopefully by also a PowerPoint presentation that Prof gave. So it will actually help with the assimilation of the information. And finally, we spoke about what are some of the things you felt could be done from the community's perspective to help you better cope with climate change. We really want to thank you so very much for joining us. Dr. Kim, do you have anything to say?
I would just also like to thank everyone for coming in. I know it was very short notice, but thank you for participating. There's not much worse than having a workshop with a quiet crowd. So thank you for being very involved.
Okay, great.
Welcome. We're glad.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Andrew, you were up first. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, we are happy for the invite, and we're glad for the participation, because most persons tend to just put some things together and throw it at us, say, oh, disappear, and go and use that and see how you work out, and then we look for you again. So we appreciate that you call us in at this stage.
Yes.
We can give the input, so it's, there will be less what do I call it? Debugging later.
Okay. Thanks for that, Andrew. Robert, you were going to say something?
I think it was me. Conrad.
Oh, okay, Conrad. Yes, Conrad.
Right. No, I was just going to say, that from our part, we're happy to be a part of this event. And as you say, this was short notice, but we hope that next time it will be longer notice, so more persons can be invited and be involved. Also, I think, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but I think that probably all the persons here are able, are comfortable with electronic information. So if you have the information electronically and you share it, we should be all right. If it's for us, you wouldn't probably necessarily have to put it in Braille.
Okay. Yeah, man, definitely. We will make the information available. Most of you, what we can do, in fact, what I can probably do is my email address. We could probably use that as a essential thing. Is rankindr, which is RANKINE, rankindr@gmail.com. All right. So if you can send us an email address, what we will do is to provide you with the information, all right, that was present, all the information that was presented today. We'll probably just put it in a Dropbox link.
Put the email in the chat. Oh, it's in there already.
Yes. All right.
So put our email out there to know. Just put the group email so they can see it, so they could send the info now.
Yes, if you can send us a group email, we would certainly put all the presentations together, and in the course of the next couple of days, just send it out so everybody would have access to it. And those who were not able to make it today certainly could then make it as well. I see Sharon is back on the line. Sharon, we did a little presentation, and the members were saying that they would love if the information could be presented in electronic form as well, Dr. Leela, and also animated options as well, which would make the graphic come alive if we can make it available for the disabled community. Are you hearing me, Sharon?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for that feedback. We will take it on board, see how we can take it on board going ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sharon. I appreciate it. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. I know some of you are having torrential downpours. Please stay dry. All right, we don't want anything to happen to anybody. We certainly don't want to catch any cold now. Next thing, people hear you coughing and think you have the corona. So stay dry. And thank you very much for being part of our workshop. Without you, we wouldn't have had one. So thank you very much, and have a very good rest of the day.
Doctor.
Yes.
Question for you. Do
Yes.
you plan in the future to give us any devices so we can use it to detect the new weather pattern as we move forward?
I wish I had the money to do that.
You can't think about it and let us know.
Okay, we'll see. Well, definitely, we'll try to find a way to get information to you some way, somehow. But that's a good food for thought. Good note to end on, Robert. You have a great sense of humor. Okay.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Sure, this is the combined disabilities. Okay, fine, no problem. Dr. Kim.
Yes, this is Cornwall Combined Disability from the West.
Okay, great. No problem.
Right, so we're affiliated with Gloria Gulf, which is combined. But we're Cornwall because we covered more than one parishes, which is in the county of Cornwall.
Yes, I got it. Lord and
right.
Okay. All right, no problem. All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day.
All right,
thanks, you too.
Bless you.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Bless you. Take care.
Bless you.
Friday, page 2 of 3. Adjust to